morning! I have to lower Spotify for myself as well. God. Okay. So, I couldn't stream yesterday because of Memorial Day weekend, and my work is like, so, to give you a 3-day weekend, we're gonna have you work on Friday. So, but I'm off tomorrow and Monday now, so that's nice. We'll see if I do more streams. I might do one tomorrow. Not sure about Monday yet. So, I know everything says I'm going to be playing Our Life, which I am. Continuing this. However, I don't know if I want to read dialogue for 4 hours straight to get through 2 more moments. So, the plan right now is to do 1 moment, and then maybe we might build some houses in House Builder to give my poor voice and my tripping over words a rest. So, we'll see. We shall see. But for now, I'm gonna have to change everything because I did testing earlier and all my games got changed again. There we go. And now we can put the music back up on this. We can mute Spotify for now. Okay, we good. And now we can... Oh god, why is it so big? Hello, game? Give me a moment. Game. Nope, nope, that's the wrong thing. Game. You. Yeah, why did you suddenly get to massive size? Hello? Bear with me as I have this fit nicely now. Cause like, what the fuck? Why are you so big? Hello? Does that look okay? Yeah. I think. Yes. Okay. Jeez. Well, this is fun. Oh, I think I know why. That testing I did screwed a lot of things up. That's okay. Alright, now we can continue. Alright, we're just gonna continue doing these in order for Baxter. We'll go to drinks next. And then, we might go to Mountain. Or we might not, depending on how much I actually want to talk. So, here we go. Oh god, it's already starting. It was late enough in the day that you were surprised to hear a knock on the door. Seeing who was waiting on the other side only doubled the surprise. Good evening, Ryan. I've returned from my journey. Where the fuck did you go? Baxter's smile warmed like it was still the middle of the afternoon. Your confusion must have been written all over your face. He laughed as if he could read your thoughts. It was almost a week ago that you found Baxter in the same exact spot. He spun a tale about how he put in place some plans to visit old acquaintances in Northern California after his parents had told him that they were sending him to Sunset Bird. Baxter assumed being in the same state meant that he was reasonably close for a visit, but he learned the hard way how daunting it would be to drive himself to the opposite end of California. Before he left, Baxter ended the conversation with a promise. On his return, he would tell you of their arrival in person, and there he was, true to his word.
Nice to see you.
It's lovely to see you again. I feel like I've been away for an age. Driving down the state of California? Yes, California is big. California is almost the entire East Coast in one state. Almost. To put that in perspective, I'm pretty sure California is like, I would say about Virginia down, I think. Yeah, it's a long drive. That arrangement had seemed like a stroke of brilliance, adding more adventure to my stay in the state, and assuring myself that I'd see friendly faces at least once in the season. Yet, truthfully, I wouldn't have promised such a lengthy trip away from town if I had known who my neighbor was going to be. As pleasant as they were, it simply doesn't compare to what I have here. I missed you. I hope you still had fun. Wow, I'm so flattered. You know, I don't mind if you have other things you'd rather do sometimes. You blushed and looked away. You smiled. Weird. Bold. You can either go with I missed you. Wow, I'm so flattered. This one. Wow, I'm so flowered. You teased. Your smile perked amusedly, but a part of you did sincerely mean it. While it always felt nice to be missed, Baxter's candidness was something special.
Excellent.
You ought to be. Otherwise, I need to go back to the drawing board for my next attempt at a compliment. Before anything else, you let Baxter actually come in. He cordially joined you in the family living room. With greetings and pleasantries all done and an invitation to talk extended, he got right to the point, as you would have expected from him.
I hope I'm not being too forward.
But I would like to spend more time with you. It's always weird when the voice lines come with what they actually say, because then I'm like, should I read the line? Should I just let them say it because they say it much better than I do? In fact, I was wondering if I might take you on a date. I spoke so boldly about that desire before, and it's long overdue. We haven't gone on a date yet? Dude, like, summer's half gone. What have we been doing this whole time? If that's what you also want, of course. Yeah, I've been waiting for this. I do. I was hoping that could happen. Doesn't have to be called a date. I'd rather hang out with you normally. You're not in full agreement. You frowned at the prospect. Yeah, I've been waiting for this. Crossing your arms, you made it obvious he hadn't even needed to ask. Any trace of caution in his expression vanished, and a wide, confident grin took its place. I'm thrilled to hear that. And obviously, this tentative date would be based on your own schedule. It'd be ghastly if I expected you to drop everything simply because I've only now made myself available. Whenever works best for you, I will accommodate accordingly. It is late today, so I don't expect that, but I am entirely free tomorrow. We must have angered the forces of fate because our schedules kept clashing. You gave a deep huff of discontent. Baxter's smile faltered. Tomorrow I'm spending the afternoon visiting family. I don't think I'll be home until pretty late. But we could do something in the morning, as long as you don't mind it being kind of short. You placed the suggestion hopefully. It seemed like it'd be a good compromise, but it was hard to tell what Baxter thought. He stood there silently. The look on his face changed. It was strange. There was a problem, certainly, but if he was free and so were you, what could be that much of a roadblock? We can hang out some other day if that's not what you had in mind. His expression shifted again, and not for the better. Whatever caught him off guard in the first place was nothing in comparison. Baxter was getting even more perturbed. And just as quickly, Baxter stepped out of it. He released a steady breath and regained much of his usual relaxed composure with his next inhale.
I apologize.
Forgive me for being distracted. Your idea is perfectly manageable. More than that, in fact. I'd prefer it if we didn't put things off to another day. How about we go to a cafe and get coffee or tea, or whichever drink you prefer. I've seen some very nice ones when I've been out exploring the area, but I haven't patronized? Okay. I'm not sure, because there's another word that kind of sounds like this. I don't know if it's spelled the same way. I think it might be. So I'm not sure if I'm supposed to pronounce it the same way. Patronized. I'm guessing patronized. Any of them yet? Deal. That'd be great. Excellent. Tomorrow morning it is then. It was always going to be a busy day, but at least now tomorrow had an added dash of excitement. The anticipation was mutual, and Baxter's tone sweetened. You got all the details squared away. Baxter volunteered to play driver for the short trip, and you planned to drop by his house in the morning once you'd gotten ready. When that was settled, there was nothing left to do other than to say your goodbyes for the night. Baxter politely dipped his head. Bye. Have a good night.
Goodbye for today.
You as well. I'll see you soon, Ryan. As he turned to go, you both found little ways to stretch the seconds, lingering for as long as you could. Then he was gone. The rest of the night passed pleasantly. Your thoughts wandered along all the fun paths tomorrow could unfold in. The next morning, you were up and out the door like a whirlwind. Your eyes were set on your goal as you went up the hill and across the street to Baxter's condo. Knocking on the door, you tried to guess the cafe Baxter had in mind. He mentioned before that there were a few that caught his eye, but you weren't sure what that meant exactly. Your growing curiosity wouldn't have to wait much longer. Or maybe it would. As you stood in front of Baxter's shut condo, you gradually realized it was taking quite a while for him to answer the door. Much more than was normal. Blinking, your head swiveled as you double-checked for your own sanity that you had the right house. You did, but Baxter was still nowhere to be seen. You rang the doorbell next. Another couple minutes passed, and finally you began to hear a faint clattering inside the house. The door pulled open a crack. It was barely enough to see Baxter on the other side, wearing a half-lidded daze and not his usual outfit, that was for sure. Oh, that's why. Okay. He is not a morning person. Freaking vampire. Hey there, Baxter. Are you okay? He yawned loudly, then sluggishly followed your line of sight to look down at himself. He frowned the second it clicked that he wasn't dressed for the event. You guessed those were his pajamas.
Forgive me.
I deeply apologize, Ryan. I will need an additional moment before we can leave. I'm running late, it seems. And he shut the door. You were left there on his doorstep, entirely at a loss. His bizarre behavior was unexplainable, at least for the second it took for your brain to completely process what had happened. It dawned on you that this was the first time you'd actually seen Baxter before noon, and how that might not be a random coincidence. He wasn't a morning person. Suddenly the door flung all the way open, nearly knocking you backwards. Baxter was back, and this time you got a full view. Oh, his little PJs. Baxter was indeed wearing only his pajamas. Black and white PJs, of course. Excuse me, that was rather impolite. You couldn't tell by his tone of voice which incident he was even referring to, shutting the door in your face, or the way the situation was dragging on forever. It was hard to know. But Baxter moved aside enough that you could pass by. Why don't you come in? You went inside past the entryway and into the living room. At that point, you were more concerned about Baxter safely navigating his own home than you were about even making it to the cafe. You paused to take in the space, unable to help yourself. After all those years trying to avoid this condo, you were actually inside. Honestly, you never thought that would happen. But as much as you wanted to explore, there were even more unexpected things taking precedence. Your attention returned to Baxter. He closed the door and followed behind. Baxter pinched the bridge of his nose between his thumb and forefinger as his feet dragged. Please do take a seat. I'm so sorry for not being prepared. I set an alarm for an hour ago, and I know I heard it go. Oh, he's horrible in the morning. Somehow, in a matter of moments, that hour disappeared, and now you're here. And I have little doubt about your punctuality. Punctuality, yeah. Punctuality. He moved the hand up to rub his forehead with his palm, as if to catch the memories lost inside. You didn't rush him, instead settling yourself in a chair. I don't know how this could have happened. Baxter's words became too mumbled and faint to understand. That brought your gaze back to him directly. And you got an eyeful of his exposed stomach. Baxter was in the process of taking off his shirt over his head, but in his groggy state, the material had gotten caught on his ears. Baxter! Maybe don't do that here. You yelped, you snickered quietly, unbothered, you waited for him to finish, you silently flushed. We're either snickering or unbothered. I mean, we are unbothered, but like, at the same time. Snickered quietly. This was the absolute last thing you were prepared for this morning, but you couldn't hold it against Baxter. He was so tired, and it was funny. Averting your eyes, you tried to find something else to focus on, but it was hard when you also couldn't stop the giggles from coming out. Baxter tugged the collar of your shirt down. What's so amusing over there? Looking at him again only produced more laughter from you. It was a natural response. He followed your line of sight to his wrinkled clothes. Oh. It's me. That's not correct. I'm sorry. I'm used to living with doormates. They don't care about that sort of behavior. I've lost my manners. I'll go change properly in my room. Dude, this isn't the 19th century. Calm the fuck down. There's no harm done. I really don't mind. No. He waved his hand, dismissing your notion completely. He sighed deeply, still seeming absent-minded. You're my guest, and I'm being terribly rude. It's not even, like, you can strip in front of me. It's totally fine. Please stay here. I'll be back in 2 shakes. 1, 2. Well, you're not back. And with that, the situation was out of your hands. You watched him fumble his way through the room. Baxter made it upstairs, and the slam of a door sent the house rattling. The following dead silence only lasted a split second. Sorry! His voice rang out from what you assumed was his bedroom. His next words were even clearer. He must have opened the door again to speak. I didn't mean to do that at all. That's okay. I think I pulled the door too hard. No problem. That happens. I swear the noise was completely unintentional. He didn't add anything else after that. You remained where he left you in a rapidly growing state of disbelief. To put it nicely, Baxter was a total mess, and somehow the universe deemed you worthy of having a front row seat. It was kind of fun to know he was not always so poised. The whole thing was hilarious. You felt bad about bothering him at a clearly bad time. That was extremely cute. You were annoyed he couldn't get his act together. I mean, it is fun to know he's not always so poised, but cute. It was cute. Despite it not being Baxter's ideal part of the day, he was still trying so hard to make it work. That consideration and intent meant a lot. And the bedhead, pajamas, and groggy silliness was an added bonus that you were going to treasure. After a few minutes, the clumsy bumping around upstairs faded. A part of you considered the chances of whether or not he had fallen asleep somewhere, but the sound of careful footsteps soon banished that thought. Baxter returned downstairs and properly dressed as well. He drifted his fingers along the buttons of his shirt, double-checking that everything was in order.
Hello.
Here I am. Good morning. You were pleasantly surprised to see him already. Hopefully he was actually doing as well as he was trying to. Morning, sleepyhead. I can't emphasize this enough. Thank you so much for your patience. I apologize for that unnecessary bump in our plans. Baxter graciously moved beyond his earlier antics. If you hadn't witnessed it firsthand, you probably wouldn't have believed it even happened. Though, as you observed him more, you noted the signs. He hadn't erased all evidence of a few moments ago yet, if you knew to look for it. His usually pristine and deliberately put together outfit was pulled and tucked in the wrong places. There were even wrinkles. Baxter turned his head in an attempt to suppress a yawn, and there was a dull edge to his entire demeanor. He hadn't quite reached his usual razor-sharp wit yet. It was alright. You still quite enjoyed the soft, easygoing state of Baxter. You're welcome. Are you really alright? You don't have to do this. So you're not a morning person? It really wasn't any trouble. You smiled reassuringly. So you're not a morning person? You'd be correct. He let his gaze fall away somewhere to the side, frowning. I'm the furthest thing from being a morning person these days. Good to know, Night Owl. But then his smile slipped and you could see Baxter's guilt surfacing. I should admit directly that mornings are, as you might have surmised, a challenge. It wasn't always this way. I swear, the older I get, the more the early hours become a chore. Oh god. I got up at dawn for school for years, but college allowed me to actively avoid morning classes altogether. Now I can't remember the last time I had an occasion to be out before 11 at the earliest. Music too loud. Lowered it. Baxter rubbed the back of his neck. His frustration with himself was palpable. Palpable. Got it. I win. Seriously, you don't need to feel bad. Some people are built that way. Nevertheless, it's jarring to be entirely lost for a specific chunk of the day. I expected I would have a rough start, but I never thought I'd handle the occasions poorly. I certainly would have made better choices if I knew this was the sight I'd be showing you. He's so grumpy about it. The intensity in his voice gradually lessened until the final part was delivered quietly. He couldn't even look at you as he muttered, If you're still interested, I would be thrilled to go have our charming cafe breakfast. It would be a shame to miss out on the chance. Of course I'm interested. Okay, of course I'm interested. You nodded. I'd like that, but but if I'm driving, would it be alright if I drove your car? I'm not as tired. Ooh. Do we think he can drive? Like, still, of course I'm interested. We're still going to fucking breakfast, but like... let's go. Of course I'm interested. We're gonna put chance in Baxter's hands. A wave of relief smoothed out the worry from his brow. It was sweet and pulled a quiet chuckle from you. Baxter's feet scuffed over the ground as he followed you out the condo. He simply shut the front door before walking into the street. Hey Baxter, you might want to lock that. Did you forget to lock the door? You shrugged it off. There was nothing else to do. Cove didn't lock his door either. They had that in common. Let's see what this one goes to. Okay. So, for peace of mind, Cove doesn't lock his door. That's fine. We're gonna go with, did you forget to lock the door? You couldn't believe he was about to leave the neighborhood like that. Well, with normal Baxter, you couldn't believe it. It made perfect sense with morning Baxter. Baxter paused and his face scrunched up in confusion. You pointed at the condo. He followed the motion, peering over his shoulder. Ah, good catch. Thank you. He waited by the car while he hurried back. From what you could observe, Baxter didn't need any more help locking the front door this time. Though he hesitantly glanced in your direction before he moved, and you gave him a thumbs up. Baxter rejoined you on the road. And while he might have been living in a daze when Baxter was standing at the driver's side of the car, you could see his focus sharpen. This was a task that neither of you wished him to fail. He unlocked the vehicle and slid inside. You climbed into the other side. Baxter seemed to be in better control of himself by the second. His seatbelt clicked into place with perfect poise. When you were both ready, Baxter promptly brought up the directions to the cafe. Here we are. Sighing contentedly, you leaned in your seat and soaked in the morning sun coming through the window. You were optimistic that the date was going to be great. The drive wasn't long at all, and no issues came along. It was smooth sailing. This is the only parking lot in Sunset Bird. You hopped out, and the scents wafting from the cafe were just enough to pull you towards the propped open front door. Once you were inside, the intermingled smells became easier to decipher. Chocolate, cinnamon, bacon and eggs, and most especially, coffee. There was something about that particular brew of coffee that immediately reminded you of your parents. The two of them loved to have long, easy mornings in the kitchen with mugs of coffee between them on the counter. They might be doing that at home that very minute. Before you could tug on that thread of thought further, a waiter passed by you carrying a sliced quiche. You breathed deeply, picking out the various ingredients before your eyes could confirm it. It looked impressively made. Baxter led you towards the showcases. There were even added baskets of bread and other treats there. Every inch of space was fully stocked with options. Clearly, coming early had its advantages. Whether you ate anything or not, the sight was delightful. There was a charm to how they presented the fresh pastries. That was the word he used when pitching the place. Charming. Baxter was right on the money there. It was a pleasant little cafe with a comfortably quiet atmosphere. Though it was a bit more formal than a typical coffee joint. You couldn't sit anywhere or order at the front. A member of the wait staff needed to seat and serve you. You found that detail to be a Baxter thing. It was absolutely him to choose a sit-down restaurant, even for a casual breakfast. A server came over and gestured to you to follow her through the room. She brought you to a shiny two-seater table and passed out the menus. Welcome. I'll bring some water, but if there's anything else you'd like to drink, I could put in the order now, or you could take some time to think about it. You'd be a lifesaver if you brought me a black coffee. Please. Just water. I need a little time to think about it. I'd like a frappe. Gotcha, I'll get that right out. Just relax and browse the menu, and you're welcome to take a peek at the front and see what baked goods we have prepared today. She clicked her pen closed, then left you two alone. Baxter sunk in his seat, slinging one arm over the back. His eyelids fell heavily closed, but his smile remained serenely in place.
Now.
Please order to your heart's content, whatever you fancy. But don't be alarmed that I don't have much of an appetite in comparison. Coffee is all I need this morning. Wow. Relatable. Not the coffee part. Coffee gives me headaches, but I have to be up for a bit before I can actually eat. Like when I stream early, I have to force myself to eat earlier. I get that. Of course, you'd only want a black coffee. Are you sure you don't even want a little bite to eat? Well, so much for breakfast together. I wasn't planning on eating anything either. You quietly browse the menu. Of course, you'd only want a black coffee. Baxter perked up at your joke. He leaned forward slightly and the corner of his mouth pulled up.
Charming.
You are an absolute delight. You weren't entirely sure if you were going to order anything yet. It was a deliberation you had with yourself while Baxter took a break. Lucky for you, the cafe's layout was open enough that you could observe the glass cases at the front from the comfort of your seat. You passed the time comparing what was printed on the menu to the real-life displays. Soon enough, the waitress was on her way back to your table. She passed out the 2 waters and then placed a white cup filled with a richly colored coffee in front of Baxter and a frappe for you.
Perfect.
Perfect. Are either of you ready to order? I'm taken care of, thank you. Do you want food or a pastry? Between the menu's descriptions and the scents flowing from the other tables, you couldn't resist. You were ready for breakfast. The waitress smiled attentively and readied her pen. I'm all ears. I'd like Eggplate, egg sandwich, quiche, lunch meat, hummus, veggie, panini, yogurt, salad, soup, smoothie. Okay. We're picky, but we don't have any specific diet. Quiche. Great choice. That sounds really yummy. I'll get these menus out of your way then, and I'll be back soon with your order. She scooped up the menus and walked away, dropping them off at the front stand before disappearing into the kitchen. Baxter shifted his attention to you.
Lovely.
That sounds like a lovely breakfast. Another long, wide yawn forcefully derailed Baxter's train of thought. He politely tried to shield you from the image by covering his mouth. Once he wrangled himself back into control, Baxter flashed you a grin, though it quickly lost its plainful oomph as his eyes remained extra-lidded. He had something in mind, but he also seemed fairly content to simply gaze at you languidly. Baxter lifted his coffee and pressed the edge of the cup to his lip. He took a small sip before putting it down. Baxter propped an arm against the table so he could hold his chin up. Oh, boy. Normally, that would have been a casual gesture, but anyone watching could tell that he desperately needed the extra help keeping his head upright. Oh, no. Poor boy.
Is that fine?
Before food arrives and steals all your attention away, would it be fine to ask a question? Oh, sure. Ask away. What exactly is the event you have on the horizon? It's nothing crazy. I'm going to see my aunt and uncle. I'm looking forward to seeing them, but I'm already missing Lee. Who's Lee? My cousin, their daughter. We're about the same age and are friends, but she won't be there this time. She's busy. That. His response was cut off by another yawn, and one that morphed into a wince. Baxter tried to smooth things with a sweet smile.
I'm sorry.
I promise that was not me being bored. He blinked and it was hilariously obvious that his eyelids didn't easily unstick. You bit down on the inside of your cheek and tried not to laugh. It's alright, you're tired. Exactly. Please continue. Yeah. Out of my aunt and uncle, it's my uncle who I'm directly related to. He's my mom's younger brother. Directly is it's a loose term, but sure. We all get along. That's the part of my extended family we're closest with. Well, in terms of location. Laughing, you scratched the back of your head while you explained. Baxter nodded along, focusing on the sound of your voice. His smile softened as you grew more animated, speaking about your family. It's not that I don't also have a good relationship with anyone on my mom's side, but they mainly live in Hawaii, so it's a lot harder to go see them in person. My grandparents used to be in California when me and Lizzie were little, so that they could help out, but that was temporary. And yeah, it's nice having family that we can see more often. Your voice trailed off with fond thoughts about your family, and then your eyes snapped wide open. All Baxter did was ask about your plans for the day, and somehow you ended up rambling about so much more. Sorry for getting off the topic. Nonsense. I enjoyed listening to everything you shared.
Thank you.
Thank you for telling me about your family. It was lovely to hear about them. That's a relief. Most people around already know all about that, so it's been a while since I've gotten to talk about it. I'm glad I could offer you that opportunity. The waitress returned with your order. She placed it carefully on the table. Enjoy! Thank you. You didn't waste a single second and gave it a taste. It was good. Since you had basically covered everything about what you were doing later, you didn't need to juggle thinking, talking, and eating, just as Baxter intended. It was nice to preoccupy yourself with this treat. Baxter, meanwhile, only had his coffee, and he was acutely aware of that difference. Baxter pinched the inside of his lip between his teeth while he tried to search through his foggy thoughts for something to say. He wanted to be good company, but wasn't sure how to accomplish that. Ah, I know. How about I tell you what happened while I was on my trip? Yeah, spill all the details.
In that case...
Baxter sat up straighter in his chair and considered how he wanted to begin the story. His focused mindset momentarily overcame the tiredness that clung to him. As As you know, I traveled to Northern California, and it was a monumental drive. Several hours of me, myself, and the road. That car was wonderful. It got me there and here again without a single issue. When it had every reason to rebel against all the potholes I accidentally hit. Baxter paused on that note and took a drink of his coffee. He placed the cup down on the table and winced. It's somewhat silly now that I'm vocalizing it, but I feel a tinge of guilt for all the miles I've managed to put on that vehicle over the course of this vacation. Sighing deeply, Baxter wore a wistful look. You understood the magnitude of his trip. Hopefully his mysterious acquaintance was the laid-back type. On a brighter note, the drive was even more scenic than I imagined. It was a shame I couldn't snap a single picture. Still, I'm grateful I was able to leisurely travel across the state while I was here. I mean, yeah, you were driving, I get that. But, like, you have a cell phone. Yeah, I bet it must have been an incredible marathon of sights. And all that fuss to see some old family friends. Believe it or not, they're actually people my parents have known since, well, before I was even alive. Wow. Wow, indeed. I can't even imagine knowing someone for that many years. Though between you and me, I don't have much of a relationship with them myself. Really? But you went completely out of your way to see them. I know. They've always been fond of me, almost as if I were their own nephew. They're more than happy to open their door to me, given the chance. This might surprise you, or perhaps not, but I managed to get along famously with an older set.
So?
It was only polite to make a social call while in the relative area, and there was plenty to catch up on and discuss while I was there. We even happened to catch some fantastic shows. It's nice that you enjoyed the trip within your trip. Baxter's nose scrunched as he chuckled. He took another quick sip of his drink. I can't agree more. The two of you continued to chat about upcoming plans while finishing your drinks, and also in between several more extended and defiant yawns from Baxter. Eventually, he glanced toward the windows and his brow pinched. He didn't say anything on his own, so you asked, "What's wrong?"
Well...
I'm worried that I might be keeping you too long from your other plans. It's not too late yet. I don't want there to be a yet. Your family is important. Do you want to get going then? Yes, that would be for the best. He turned in his seat until he caught where the waitress had gone. He waved and she returned a minute later. Could we please have the check? Oh. Check remind. Appreciated the gesture to cover it. I mean, we did say this was date? Is he gonna argue if I say that? Okay, we'll just let him pay. It'll be one ticket. You've got it. I'll get that for you right away. As soon as the waitress was out of sight, Baxter let out another yawn, but it morphed into a frustrated groan. I'm getting fairly sick of that. His tone didn't sugarcoat a single feeling. Pouting, Baxter crossed his arms and tightly shut his eyes. Unfortunately, coffee can only do so much. Baxter only murmured and roughly rubbed the sides of his face. His frustration manifested visibly as a grimace. I can distinctly feel my own eyeballs in my skull due to the strain. His hand dropped onto the table and the glasses rattled softly. That only made his mood worsen. I hate that. I shouldn't have to be so aware of my own presence in this body. Oh no, you snorted. Sorry, Baxter. You patted him on the shoulder. That's the worst. You shook your head and sighed. him on the shoulder. You wanted to help him, but there wasn't anything else that you could really do. Baxter cracked an eye open at your gesture. You've been more than gracious for sitting through my complaints. I don't mind. It'd be better if I could do more. No, you've done more than enough. I shall live through it. Are you sure? You smiled, and Baxter genuinely tried to match it despite how he was feeling. The waitress approached once more with a small black folder and placed it on the center of the tabletop. Can I clear any of this away for you? No rush if you're not ready. Please take it all. We're about to leave. The waitress got right to work gathering the cups. Baxter, meanwhile, picked up the folder and opened it. After a few moments, the server was off again, and Baxter peeked at you over the top of the folder. Thank you, Ryan. I do appreciate you making time for me at the very last minute, and especially on a day when you were already so busy. Nah, thank you for inviting me.
Of course.
It's always a treat to see you. Baxter's half-lidded gaze lingered contently while he reached into his pocket. And then those tired eyes snapped open. I had a feeling. He reached that alertness he'd been striving for in an instant. My wallet! I was wondering if he remembered to bring anything with him. He stared at you helplessly. Baxter was sober and extremely aware of the reality he found himself in. I didn't bring my wallet. When I got dressed, I did not recall to take my wallet off the nightstand. Oh, that's fine. It's fine. I'm not surprised considering how hectic things were. I hate it when that happens. Aha, that means this will be my treat. You shrugged. We're gonna go with aha, that means this will be my treat. You grinned boldly, but your cheer fizzled out when Baxter didn't respond. He continued to stare at the check in horror. Understandably, Baxter was mortified. He threaded his fingers through his hair. I'll quickly run back and get it and return, but then I'd have to abandon you here, and that's not any better. Perhaps they might take electronic payment I could send through my phone? Take it easy. You got black coffee, not a 4-course meal. I can cover for you. The corner of his mouth twitched, and you read that as a sign that he'd at least heard you, though you supposed it was only because he had reached a dead end in his own abilities to solve this problem. Baxter pressed his palms against his eyes, and his fingers curled tightly. He released a slow, shaky breath. You reached out, only to freeze halfway across the table. From his tense body language, he was trying with great difficulty to keep himself from getting truly upset. You shouldn't push him. You weren't sure how to help or what to do. You could only watch. He exhaled deeply once more, and this time he lowered his hands, folding them neatly on the table. I would appreciate that greatly. Dude, calm the fuck down. It's coffee. He couldn't quite look at you when he spoke, though the forced politeness in his tone reached you completely. Good. This is nothing. I got you. You collected the check he dropped in his panic and slid your card into it. When the waitress swung by, you handed it over. There was no trouble to be found at this table. Thanks a bunch. Just 1 minute. She walked off, and you shifted your attention to Baxter. In that brief period, his shoulders had lost their defeated slump, and he sat stiffly upright instead. He studied your reaction with a delicate smile. Please don't misunderstand. I'm entirely fine. Yeah, okay. The issue is with my behavior towards you. You don't need to force yourself to make me feel better. It was all my mistake. Dude. His lips pressed into a fine line, and it was crystal clear that he was preemptively stopping you from further okaying the situation. Your gaze dropped to the tabletop, and the awkwardness was too stifling to do anything else. The way Baxter was beating himself up for perfectly normal missteps was horrible. You didn't like it at all. There was a reason why people call these kinds of situations accidents, because there was no manipulative or malicious intent. His only crime today was being human and sleepy. It would have been great to remind him of all that, but Baxter was far too irked to hear any of it. He wanted to move on, so you bookmarked things there. The date wrapped up in a haze. The waitress returned your card and wished you both a wonderful day. Then you left. I wonder if there's a better way to handle that. have to see. Baxter managed to muster up a few things to discuss in the car ride home, but the conversation was distant and disjointed from how you both normally clicked. You made it home safely, though not before a silence had time to form. The slamming of his door to exit the vehicle was the first you heard from Baxter in a while. The two of you stood on the street, face to face, but the awkwardness from the cafe had also come along for the ride, and it lingered forebodingly. This wasn't something you wanted to continue between you and him. Neither of you made a move to leave, a promising sign that he was struggling with the same thought. Baxter began sliding his fingers through his hair, but then he paused mid-motion and dug his nails into his scalp, his controlled expression strained.
I'm sorry.
Ryan, this is all my fault. I not only forgot my wallet, but I made things increasingly worse by acting immature about it, undoubtedly making you uncomfortable. It may be hard to believe at this point, but I often can deal with unexpected issues as a reasonable adult. Today stung a little more than usual. I'm big enough to admit that. It certainly did not help at all that this is coming on the heels of the already disastrous first impression. I've been hopeful that I can still fix the overall impression by the end. Needless to say, I didn't succeed, and I completely understand if you were doubting the merit of a relationship with me at this point. I presented myself terribly to you. The worst thing was your fucking pouty tantrum. What a mortifying first date to go through.
Odd.
However, if you're willing to, I would like to ask for a second chance. I can take you out again for drinks tomorrow night. Or rather, any night you have free. Yeah, nighttime, not morning. I promise. The next one will be better. A dusting of a blush rose to his cheeks while he barreled through everything he needed to say before you can get a single word in. Finally, Baxter paused to breathe. You blinked, trying to absorb the magnitude of everything he said. Now that he laid all his cards on the table, there was nothing left to do but anxiously wait. Above all else, he wedged open a space for you two to talk, and that was a relief. There's nothing terrible about what you did. Don't feel bad about it. You don't have to try so hard to impress me. I had a great time today. I'd love to go out with you again. You nodded understandingly. I mean, yes, this, also this, also this. So I'm probably going to do that. I'm going to try a few choices. We're going to look at what there was nothing terrible. Okay. Oh, oops. Went back time.
Really?
Okay. I mean, we had a mostly good time. It did get awkward at the end, so that gives me a little bit of a different answer as we go forward. We're romancing, so we're just gonna say I had a great time today and I'd love to go out with you again, because I mean the other two we're gonna get there eventually. Or should we how's this go?
Really?
Oh, okay. So that's basically the same thing. We're gonna go with there was nothing terrible about what you did. His mouth only twitched. He kept his thoughts to himself. Instead, he stared at you. I mean that. It was a bad day, a rough morning, crappy luck, whatever you want to call it. That happens sometimes. I know you didn't mean for anything bad or embarrassing to happen. Ah, you're far too kind. But I will need some clarification if that's a yes or no for the second round. I think I can pencil you in. How does tomorrow night sound? His gaze was gentle, if only for a single look. Baxter swiftly resumed his usual grin and confidence.
Very well.
I'll be in touch later with a specific time then. Potentially a suggestion for what you might want to wear. Have a lovely rest of your day with your family. Tell your mothers and sister I said hello. I will. Excellent. See you again soon. He waved goodbye and earnestly seemed to be in a much better mood than only a few minutes ago. You waved to, even though his turned back couldn't see. Bye. He steadily walked home, and once he was safely inside, you couldn't hold your frown in any longer. All morning, Baxter acted as if he had to be the one who needed to earn approval. To him, you weren't individuals getting to know each other. He was an outsider who had to jump through hoops or to be excluded. That was the impression you got. It was more than upsetting. Maybe he took it hard because he was so tired. That felt like wishful thinking, but you thought so anyway. It was possible Baxter would be more comfortable after he rested. And if he wasn't, then you hoped he would allow you to show him that your company didn't have to be like that. The rest of the day was focused on your family, and overall, it was a great one. It was nice spending the afternoon with your aunt and uncles, Moms and Liz. And you remembered to tell them Baxter said hi. You were half asleep when you finally made it home and collapsed on your bed. Soon, morning had come again. The afternoon that followed moved strangely fast and slow because you knew there was another date at the end of it. Exactly as promised, you received a text with a set hour to meet him at his condo. Baxter informed you that it was going to be late when you'd be leaving, so he'd recommend that you have dinner as usual. Apparently, this place did not serve meals, only drinks and appetizers. Interesting. Along with that, Baxter made the eyebrow-raising suggestion that you should wear formal attire. Even more interesting. He included an assurance that he'd be prepared when you were ready to leave. During dinner, you mentioned that you were going out for drinks with Baxter later. Your moms were still commenting on your plans when you left to get ready. We're getting ready. Even a few teasing remarks over the dress code floated upstairs with you. When you opened your drawer, your mind was made up. You'd wear something... Ooh, how formal do we want to be? I feel like grandly formal is gonna be too much. But I kind of want to do grandly formal just for the choices. What's grandly formal? I just want to see what our grandly formal choices are. Oh, we don't get to choose. It's just how we're dressing. Okay, go back up. Oh. I was hoping we get to pick. So it's just like... Should we just do formal? You know what? Fuck it. We're going extravagant. We're going grandly formal. You closed the drawer and instead dug in the very back of your closet. You plucked the pieces that you almost never wore. Baxter suggested formal, but that was Baxter speaking. Formal to him had to mean something entirely more on the grand scale of fancy. Wherever he was taking you, there was little doubt in your mind it would be possible to overdress, even in your nicest things. There were a few minutes left before you had to leave, so you made sure that you had everything you might need while you were out. You ran through the essentials: phone, house keys, money, ID. As bad as you felt for Baxter, you didn't want to run into a similar problem of forgetting something important. It was a good reminder for both of you to be careful. Once you knew it was all there, you went downstairs and waved to your moms on the way out of the house. Their goodbyes and well wishes reached you as you locked up. You walked down the street and arrived at Baxter's house. Quite literally seconds after ringing the doorbell, you heard the rattle of the doorknob turning. The door casually opened, not too fast, not too slow, and there on the threshold was Baxter, though this time he wasn't in his pajamas, but instead a full suit that was naturally also black and white. Hello. Thank you for coming. Together, your elegant attire made a perfect match. That meant your remaining concern now was whether or not the location he had in mind would actually make sense for how dolled up you both were. Knowing Baxter, there was at least a 50-50 shot. You look incredible, Ryan.
I love it.
I believe the both of us will be the ideal guests for this occasion. I can't tell you enough how delighted I am that you're accompanying me tonight. Thanks. I was hoping I wouldn't disappoint.
Never.
You? Disappoint me? I don't imagine that's possible. Suit looks good on you, and this suit too, so you brought a full suit for your summer vacation. I kinda hoped you'd be in pajamas again. Should we go punny? That suit looks very good on you. Baxter smoothed the front of his jacket. He had enough experience to know just how charming he looked in formal attire, and he wore it proudly. But that sight suddenly paled in comparison. He brightened, like your compliment was truly a badge of honor.
Glad to hear it.
Thank you very much. I'm always thrilled when an opportunity arises to wear it. Now that you gotten a good eyeful, you could discern that Baxter was truly himself. The exhaustion and the embarrassment from yesterday's morning adventure were entirely removed from his features. How have you been? You're definitely a night owl. It's nice to see you've gotten some rest. You were glad, but silently still worried about what happened before. You quietly smiled in relief. You're definitely a night owl. That would be a wise presumption. Whatever thought passed through his mind next, Baxter smirked mischievously. He flicked his wrist. To be truthful, I feel the most alive during the late hours.
Now.
Shall we go? This isn't something we want to be late for. Lead the way. And so you both climbed into his car and were off. Baxter drove you out of the neighborhood. Your attention lingered on the starry sky for a moment, able to see a good view of the moon until he took a lazy turn. When you turned back to Baxter, his expression said little. He still offered no obvious hints about your destination. The only thing you could count on was that the place would serve some form of liquid. Probably. So, why recommend formal wear? Well... He diligently stared at the road, not yet out of the residential streets of Sunset Bird. You caught a glimpse of his excitement as he continued talking. If you recall, I mentioned how we saw some shows while on my trip within a trip. You can call that my inspiration. Once you graciously accepted my invitation, I began the endeavor to search for a particular performance we could see together.
To be honest,
I had high hopes for what I could manage, even with such short notice, and happily, I doubt you shall be disappointed. He let his words settle, drumming up the anticipation. Coincidentally, the car rolled to a stop at a light. He turned to you with a proud grin. Tonight, we'll be seeing a live show featuring a comedy of errors style romance. His foot pressed on the gas, and he turned on the main road. A show? It wasn't anything you were expecting, but then again, it was Baxter. You were getting the impression he'd like to surprise you. Wait. What about the drinks? Unless there's a cafe in the middle of the theater, that was a very misleading invitation. Not a cafe, but... Baxter's smile grew. He had expected your reaction. They do serve drinks. An excellent selection from what I found, and it will only be drinks. There's no food on the menu. He shrugged his shoulders, not particularly finding that to be a loss. You were glad you weren't hungry. However, as promised, the drinks are crucial to the experience. You see, this isn't at some grand arena. You'll find tonight's entertainment at the spectacular immersive settings of a jazz bar. All patrons will witness the story unfold in that very room. His voice lowered, theatrically so, fitting for the topic of conversation.
does that sound alright?
Also, if you like, it's possible for the actors words. It's possible for the actors to interact with you directly. Oh, cool. Seriously, that's amazing. Thank you. Sounds social. How very Baxter Ward of you. That's amazing! You never heard of anything like that in the area. You wondered how Baxter had found it. It sounded like so much fun. He let out a single gleeful chuckle and brightened considerably.
Excellent.
I thought you'd appreciate it. It was so fortunate that they were having a performance tonight. No kidding. It was perfect. You couldn't wait to get there. You pictured the place, figuring it looked classy. Maybe there'd be a band in the corner and elaborately dressed actors right out of an old noir movie. How exciting. You'd get to see the show up close. Baxter drove into the heart of the city, passed by the twinkling lights of the urban night until he pulled into a public parking lot. He switched his phone's map app to walking mode. It's an 8-minute stroll from here. You shrugged, not needing to point out that walking tended to be your main form of transportation anyway. Both of you exited the car, and Baxter made a note of where exactly he was leaving it. Luckily, the lot was well lit and located in a busy area. It'd be hard to miss. He led you across a road and then following the sidewalk until his phone proclaimed that you had reached the correct building. Baxter got the door for you. Thanks. Of course. Inside, he switched his phone off the map but continued tapping away at it. Now, where is it? He huffed as he scrolled the screen. You could immediately tell when he found what he was looking for from his reaction. He finally relaxed into his normal state of friendly nonchalance. Curious, you poked your head closer to read what it was. It made sense when he saw it was digital confirmation of his purchase tickets. In front of you was a small line where a man would check tickets before waving people onward. Baxter slipped into the back and you waited until it'd be needed. I'm glad we arrived on time. Missing the show was likely the only chance of this event going awry. We'd make it work even if we were late. The other guests in line were dressed to the nines. Some were even in vintage clothes. Baxter's previous advice was correct. The wait wasn't too long. After chatting with Baxter for a moment, it was his turn to show his digital tickets. The usher was young, probably only a few years older than you. The bags around his eyes spoke to the fact that this was nowhere near the start of his day. These are for you and your friend, right? You nodded and took a step next to Baxter, making it clearer that you were here together. Cool. Thanks for coming in. We're thankful for you having us? Yeah, we are thankful for you having us. Baxter shoved his phone into his pocket for good once he got approval. He inspected the two of you and tilted his head to the side. Here's some ground rules before you enter the show. Everyone gets them. He began explaining the guidelines, a succinct list that he obviously said hundreds of times before. For the most part, the rules wanted you to act as a polite human being. You could do that. Last, if you wanted to actually participate in the show, you could take one of these necklaces. He pointed out a box full of glowing jewel necklaces. Each was gaudy enough that anyone wearing one would be noticeable in a crowd. Wearing one of these beauties means that you're a part of the same world as the actors are. No necklace, no participation. The actors will treat you like an invisible audience member. You can still speak out if you're suddenly inspired, but nobody's going to put focus directly on you. So, any takers?
My pleasure.
Baxter's doing it. Baxter volunteered immediately, and the usher fished a necklace from the box. Okay. Our character's very bold. But me personally would be horrified to take that. I'd just be like, no, just let me be in the audience and watch other people. Do not call on me. Don't look at me. Don't even... No. So, like, I feel like my character would. But my initial gut reaction is just to be like, no. But, bold character. The usher pulled out a second necklace and handed them out with an encouraging expression. Enjoy the show. You were waved off and allowed to enter into the showroom, past heavy double doors. Ooh. The showroom was a sight to behold. From floor to ceiling, it was lit up, yet none of that was bright enough to be blinding. The bar was full of expensive bottles and gilded engravings. The back had a pit for musicians, large enough for a full band. Is this the back? Is this a pit for musicians? Okay. The instruments were already set up. You were taken to the bar and seated at the two empty stools at the end. The booths along the walls were already filled with groups of other guests laughing and clinking glasses. They had a full house. This was a popular event, maybe a bigger deal than what Baxter had presented it as. The ages varied. Some of the crowd was made up of fresh-faced 20-somethings, while the others were silver-haired elders. You may have been the youngest in the room. And almost everyone was dressed up. Sequin dresses, fitted suits, and expensive jewelry as far as the eye could see. No broad generalization to be made about the kind of people who would watch a show at a jazz club, other than most of them know how to dress. The few exceptions in casual clothes stuck out between all the elaborate, well-coiffed looks. The second usher bowed and left you alone just for a bartender to appear out of nowhere and pick it right up where they left off. He passed each of you a drink menu, smooth and practiced. Nice to see you tonight. Just let me know when you're ready to order. Of course. The bartender inclined his head cordially and then busied himself with polishing a glass with a white cloth. The jazz bar took the immersion seriously. Even the guy serving drinks had the proper aesthetic for the world the show took place in. He wore a subtle eyeliner, and there was something about how he carried himself that made him seem like he wandered off a movie set, especially with highly coordinated, shabby clothes for a uniform. You shared a look with Baxter before examining the menu. From first glance, it was impressive. In total, it held 5 pages of drinks, each with detailed descriptions, and some even had photos. You turned to the last section, entirely for non-alcoholic drinks. We are very underage. You read the blurbs, enjoying both the descriptiveness and the sense of humor. A few minutes later, a waiter in full suit turned up. His tie was a muted maroon, and the only thing separating him from his clients was his pad for taking orders. You wondered why he approached you rather than leaving you to the bartender. Maybe because it was so busy? Welcome to our show. Can I get you anything, or do you need some more time? Baxter leaned forward in his chair, no hesitation. I would like a baby Bellini, please. Baxter passed the menu back. The waiter took it with a polite nod, then turned to you. You glanced over your options with one final read-through, and then said you would like sparkling cider, elderflower cordial, fruit-only martini, tropical fish, fruit-only martini. I have to pick one of these ones that... Okay, like... Some of them say mocktail, but this one says cordial, and this one says cider. I'm gonna go back. I just want to see, since we were supposedly looking at the non-alcoholic menu. But I feel like there's some alcoholic choices, so I'm confused. I'm gonna pick sparkling cider. Oh, I guess it was fine. You handed your... Oh, a cider, not sparkling wine. Okay. It's an elderflower cordial. Now we're gonna go with the sparkling cider. You handed over your menu, and the waiter put it with Baxter's. He inclined his head politely one more time. Thank you, esteemed guests. I'll return shortly. The waiter sauntered off and vanished through a side door away from the bar. Baxter's fingertips tapped the counter rhythmically. The soft sounds faded into a din around you. He met your inquisitive glance with confidence.
Not bad.
I knew what I wanted as soon as I saw that name. I firmly appreciate sparkling drinks, as well as peaches. With a wicked smirk, his voice lowered to a husky rumble. I would prefer it without the baby, however. Same here. You shouldn't say that. Why am I not surprised? You snickered. You rolled your eyes. Why am I not surprised? You do have some experience with my tastes. In the distance, the musicians filtered onto the stage from the backstage. The sounds of tuning strings took over the soundscape as they prepared for the big event.
Exciting.
The action approaches. There were still a few minutes before he thought the production was scheduled to start. The air was full of anticipation, but still relaxed. The two of you chatted over your respective jazz music experience until the waiter arrived with drinks. The waiter carried a silver platter with stiff formality. He passed out the glasses, not even leaving fingerprints due to his white gloves. Curiously, neither drink had been filled at the bar you were sitting at. He placed your sparkling cider on the counter in front of you before setting down Baxter's baby Bellini. Thanks. Thank you so much. Gently, Baxter lifted his drink to his lip and sipped at the fruity beverage. He appeared as the very picture of sophistication, with a stem glass in hand and a distant, unreachable gaze. Unreachable. I'm making up words now. Sitting there with him, everything suddenly hit you. His formal clothes, his fancy drink, the glamorous setups, and his dazzling smile all came together. He had pulled out all the stops for this adventure. It felt like whiplash compared to what happened with the far simpler, much more normal cafe date. It had to be intentional. You were certain that the sparkling glitz was his goal. He practically said it out loud with his original invitation. You were never going to underestimate him whenever he got an opportunity to prepare. You picked up your own drink and sampled the refreshment. It was delicious and had a pleasant consistency. After a flicker of the lights and an electric moment of silence, you heard the sounds of a keyboard. The crowd hushed, waiting on bated breath, and the rest of the band kicked in. A saxophone cut into the song before being backed by a chorus of trumpets. A bass player strummed along while the drummer kept time. Everyone around you straightened, but on the lookout for something. Nobody was sure what, but they'd know when they saw it. The double doors at the front opened, and all eyes were on a pair as they entered. The leader strode in with her heels clicking against the glowing walkway. Her form-fitting evening gown sparkled in the dazzling lights. She strutted to the center of the room, a grimace on her red-painted lips. Behind her, another actor casually followed. They easily could have been passed over, especially with many of the guests around them dressed far more formally. This character was plain in appearance, especially compared to the glitter of the other. They took quicker steps and reached out. Okay. Both of the characters came to an abrupt stop at the center of the room. The glamorous one spoke loudly, letting her words carry over the band. My darling friend, you know I don't have time for this. I have to prepare for the show and must rest my voice. How else will I manage to sing? The singer sidestepped away from her friend, greatening the space between them. I do not want to discuss this. The friend shrunk away, but refused to back down. There was a fight in the way they stood. The singer sighed. She crossed her arms, her frustration towards the topic making her next words bitter. It's more than enough that my parents and his parents keep bothering me. You don't need to add to that number, my dear. Oh, the friend. I can't leave it alone. Not when you're making such a mistake. The singer put her hand up, dismissing her friend. Her movements were as sharp as her stilettos. I repeat, I do not have time for this. I'm going to my dressing room. She swept across the room, then glanced your direction before quickly looking away. She exited through a door near the band. You were struck by her last expression. Was that sorrow? Longing? Either way, you had gathered the situation. The two were acquainted, and the diva was a performer at the venue. Her friend wasn't. They had come to offer unwarranted but likely needed assistance. The music slowed down, suddenly somber after the frenetic energy of the singer's outburst. Her friend hadn't moved. They hugged their arms around themselves and slumped in defeat. You were so focused on them that when a voice came right from behind, you almost fell out of your stool. It's like talking to a brick wall, isn't it? You craned your head over to the bartender. He was the same man who had passed you the drink menu. He was still at work polishing a glass. He was part of the bit all along. That probably wasn't even a real bar. Yet again, their commitment to realism surprised you. The friend took a deep breath before rushing over to the counter. Now that they were closer, you could tell their clenched hands were shaking. They directed a scowl at the bartender in full force. You need to talk to her. Unlike when they had spoken to the singer, these words were bitten out. They weren't as close to the bartender and not willing to allow him the same niceties afforded to their friend. The bartender scoffed in their face. He wasn't any founder of them, but he was trying to retain an ounce of professional decorum. Again with hands. Why would I? I've got no attachment to that lady. None of the crowd was buying it. You heard unconvinced snorts throughout the room. And she acted like I wasn't even here, besides. She wants the stage, and that's it. All I'm good for is watching her, same as everyone else in the world. He gripped the glass tightly. You could faintly hear the polishing cloth squeak against it. She's not interested in my words, just as she told you. There's no time for that. The friend objected harshly, pointing a finger in the bartender's face. They weren't letting him get away with such a falsehood. She can't admit it because you won't admit it. You're making me laugh, kid. The only folks who want us together are you and our parents. He shooed the friend away by flinging his hand through the air. He had the audience captivated, half of them flinching from the gesture. I'm working. Don't block the bar. The friend tossed their hair at him before they skulked away. They waved at a booth of necklace-wearing guests and then slid into the edge of the cushion. They rolled their eyes and their entire head along with it, intentionally exaggerating, and their new table mates snickered. I don't know how I put up with either of them. You were starting to get the feel for the show. All the actors' behaviors were turned up to 11 for the sake of comedy. And the heart of the story was clear. The venue singer and its bartender were in love, but wouldn't admit it due to the outside pressure and fear that the other didn't feel the same. A clattering sound brought your attention back to the bartender. He put the glass he'd been polishing away. With his hands free, he idly glanced around for his next task. He settled on you and Baxter. His gaze dropped to your necklaces, and he gave a professional smile. You were both in the story world. Can I get either of you anything? Refills? A new drink? On the house? Consider it an apology for all the ruckus. He leaned over the counter and nodded politely at the friend. They blocked their face with their hand and sunk into the booth, trying to escape the stare. One of the guests at their table happened to have a paper fan and held it out to them. They gratefully took it and hid behind it instead. The bartender shook his head, fed up. Baxter, meanwhile, grinned.
Gladly.
That would be delightful. I could use another baby Bellini. Of course, sir. Even while the picture of poise and polite manners, Baxter gave the air of being quite smug over the formal address. The bartender shifted closer to you. You could now smell his spiced cologne. And you? I could get another round of this. Or maybe not. You picked up your glass and swirled the drink around. Not wanting to hold up the show for long, you asked the bartender for fruit onion martini. Got it. The bartender looked around the shelves of the fake bar, but scratched his head. Oh darn, I'm missing something. I always tell the owner he needs to keep this place better stocked. He grumbled a little more, earnest complaints. Not one to give up, he thought about his options. The crowd tittered with amusement, as the friend peeked out with a flush on their cheeks from the other side of the room. If I'm right, there's some in the back. I'll return with your drinks soon. Of course, there's no need to hurry. I appreciate it. Baxter lifted his existing baby Bellini with the drama of a supervillain. He wondered if he was being unaware or trying to put on a good show. The bartender threw his cleaning cloth over his shoulder and briskly abandoned his station. He disappeared through a curtained door beside the bar. You guessed that the real drink station was through there. You noticed the actual waiter bounced from table to table, fulfilling orders even during the performance. It made sense to keep the supplies somewhere offstage so that the bar could keep putting out drinks no matter what was happening with the story. Without the bartender, you and Baxter had to reorient yourselves as to where the action went. Most of the crowd's eyes were away from the tables. The friend character had scrambled out of the booth and paced along the length of the room. They were still troubled and stopped just short of biting their nails. Just as they clasped their hands together, the singer made her reappearance. Music swelled as she sashayed out of her dressing room, once more the center of attention. Her presence spellbound the crowd, instantly taking focus. Ah! Again. The friend cautiously crept over to her, stepping around the tables between them. Feeling refreshed? Of course, darling, I'm a professional. Speaking of professionalism, why didn't you say hi to the bartender earlier? He is here, you know. The singer scoffed, echoing the exact same cadence the bartender had before. They were a perfect match of stubbornness. He doesn't like me. He made it very clear. He told his parents as much. He told my parents. She struck a defiant pose, sounding utterly disgusted. Who does that? What a cad. Her friends scratched the back of their head, their face twisted comedically as they chose their words with care. Didn't you tell his parents that you did not like him when they suggested it? I also recall when your parents accused you of being attached to him, you denied it. Vehemently. That's not how you say that word. With him in the room. The singer huffed but didn't deny the events. She and the bartender's relationship was messy. And isn't it true that you do like our illustrious bartender? If your foolish parents hadn't meddled, you would be all over each other by now. Ha! The singer let out a deliberate, prideful laugh. It was dark and barely concealing very real hurt. Do not even pretend. He does not care for me, and I don't care for him. She cast her gaze over the pockets of attendees gathered around her and spread her arms wide. I bet everyone in this room heard him bad-mouthing me as soon as I left. Didn't you? He said you were like a brick wall. He said he didn't like you. He says you don't... Several other guests responded to the call. Some were casual, but others with necklaces got very into it. He's jealous you're a star. See? But have you seen the hard eyes he has for you? Sounds like you need to get your eyes checked. That's a death glare. All in all, the crowd seemed to go half and half between backing the singer and arguing with her. When the room finally settled and the singer had passed along a few more barbs about the bartender, the friend slung an arm around her. Can't you please hear me out? The singer groaned and shrugged out of her friend's embrace. She backed up with a frown. I need a drink. She spun to face the bar before thinking better of it. Apparently, she didn't need a drink that badly. Not here, of course. I have standards. The sole of her shoe tapped on the floor. She needed action to deal with all that restless energy. I believe this counts as an emergency. Please hold. I need to fetch my crisis bottle from my purse. She stuck her nose high in the air and swanned off to her dressing room once more. Her friend stood alone in the center of the room. The decrescendo of the music made the room quiet. In the distance, a door slammed. The diva reached her room. Her abandoned friend visibly winced at the anger of the noise. They closed their eyes and mentally counted to 10. Slowly, their stance unwound as they forced themselves to relax. They glanced furtively to the left and then to the right. Okay. The last actor left spoke to the entire room, projecting their voice loudly. While they're gone, does anyone have any ideas how to get those two to admit their actual feelings? It's been weeks of me putting up with their arguments. I'm sorry to say it, but I'm plumb out of ideas. People began to shout things out or whisper among groups. The friend listened attentively, as if one suggestion might hold the key of their very survival. Not all of the ideas were positive or even workable plans. Just give up. I'm too stubborn for that. They aren't getting out of this that easily. Lock them in a back room together until they confess. I tried that last week. My friend knows how to pick a lock. Try making the bartender jealous. Set her up with someone else. I'll do it! Wait, The friends spied a vase full of flowers on the table near the back. They scrambled to collect them into a bouquet. These should work. The flowers can be given to our singer in celebration to her performance. If she thinks they're from the bartender, maybe... This new electric smile on their face contrasted their previous expression. For a moment, though, they faltered. But I can't give these to her. She'll know immediately that they weren't from the bartender. Would anyone else be willing to help out? I know those two aren't giving the best impression, but when they aren't trying to prove each other wrong, they're very cute together. They searched through the crowd, brow furrowed. Please? I'll do it! Your voice rang through the room and someone started clapping. It was Baxter. Thank you! They bounded towards you and placed the bouquet in your hands. Their sincere gratitude caught you by surprise. You are a hero, I swear. Anyway, here's the plan. Although their tone was hushed, as you'd be when sharing a secret, their pitch carried throughout the space. They were a talented actor, especially without any microphone to aid them. I'll go get her. You need to call her over and pretend the bartender got those flowers for her, but was too shy to hand them over directly. Okay, I'll say the bartender is a chicken. Got it. Maybe don't compare him to Poultry. She'd keep insulting him. I could see her doing that. Don't worry, I'll get the mission done. You shook the flowers like ringing a victory bell. They snorted at your energy. Yes, I appreciate your enthusiasm. The friend gave a thumbs up and scampered off to where the singer had left. Baxter inspected the flowers held in your hands. He approved of the bouquet. It'd make for a nice gift, circumstances aside. A familiar smirk appeared on his lips. He delicately stroked a petal with the back of a knuckle. His voice was low and in your ear.
You know.
This is unlikely to work, but I do admire the friend's effort. You whispered your agreement, you laughed. You forced yourself not to laugh. Oh, shush you. Oh, shush you, you snickered. You affectionately tried to hush Baxter. His grin only grew. I think much of the crowd is skeptical. That's part of the fun. The door to the singer's dressing room swung open and the friend pulled the singer back into the main room. Their arms were locked together, but the singer was dragging her very tall high heels all the way. In one manicured hand was a tiny bottle, no doubt the aforementioned emergency alcohol. It was already half gone. It's not good to stay holed up by yourself all the time. You don't need to hide from everyone. I'm not hiding. I'm simply very busy. Uh-huh. Since they weren't a fool like the parents, the friend didn't buy that at all. Once the friend reached the center of the room, they released the singer. She rolled her shoulder back, still affronted by the rough treatment. Showtime. Flower delivery! You bellowed loudly enough that the people seated across from the room could hear you. I have something for you. The singer snapped her head towards the bar, narrowed her focus down on you. Her dress swished as she approached. You held up the bouquet. Her suspicious acknowledgement gave you pause. Where did these come from? The bartender left them for you. Miss Starlight gasped and pressed both hands to her chest. She squinted hard at the flowers as if it was a nest of snakes. She unscrewed the cap of her small bottle and tipped it between her pursed lips. and chugged the remaining liquid down. That got a huge laugh from the audience. She slammed her empty bottle down on the bar's counter and gasped for air with a frightening glare. But gently and slowly, ever so slowly, she reached out. Her fingertips touched a single flower stem. She paused, then finished the movement and wrapped her digits around it. You stayed immobilized, as if she were a butterfly, and any movement would send her fluttering off. Without warning, there came a shout from the end of the bar. Got your drinks right here. Every head turned to see the bartender making his reappearance. A tray of drinks bounced on his right arm. Sorry for the wait, just had to... He froze mid-sentence, staring at the scene you returned to witness. The singer standing next to you, being offered a bouquet, a single flower clutched in her hand. It was deathly quiet. You could have heard a pin drop. Even the band had stopped playing until... Ah! Suddenly, the singer let out a mortified shriek. She flung the pro-offered flower and bolted, beating a frantic, desperate escape. She careened around a corner and then slammed, the deafening sounds of a door being slammed shut, or rammed shut. Another awful silence formed. Having remained frozen when the singer fled, the bartender's attention returned to where you and Baxter were at the bar. His eyes are drilling holes into you, his glare darting between your face and the remains of the bouquet still in your grip. He caught you red-handed, literally on account of the roses. It was unspeakably awkward, even though your brain was screaming, "It's not real." You couldn't help but be swept up in the overwhelming sense of unease filling the room. Hi! I'm doing good, how are you? Good morning. Is it still morning? Technically afternoonish, kind of morning. Slowly, the bartender marched over to the counter, his footsteps weighty and full of intent. He firmly set down the tray of drinks. The glasses rattled angrily, but not a drop was spilled. Then he cocked his hip and folded his muscular arms, striking a pose which felt almost threatening and bristled with suspicion. Well now, I see how it is. He flicked a finger up and down, sizing you up with it. So, this grape-headed chump is who I'm losing to. Really? The rather silly epithet got a fair number of titters from the audience, but the bartender wasn't laughing. He made a bitter sound at the back of his throat and shook his head. He muttered angrily under his breath. I should have known. Wait! A cry came from the other side of the room. The mutual friend, face distraught, was bustling their way over, limbs flapping with panic. I can explain. It's all a misunderstanding. What we're trying to say is... Stumbling over their own words, the friend attempted to lay out the situation. The flowers were all part of a plan to get the singer to admit her own feelings. Like all together streaming? I feel like you asked me this last time. Was it you or someone else? I don't remember who actually asked me this. If you meant in total, a couple months? I think I started the end of March. So like, almost 2 months then, if that's what you meant. As the friend nervously rambled, you found yourself practically throwing the bouquet down on the counter in front of you like it was a hot potato, pulling up your arms in a non-threatening gesture. At first, you weren't convinced it would work. The bartender's expression was thunderous as a summer rain cloud. His brows were set in a 90-degree angle, stern as steel. But as some of the other patrons began to chime in with words of confirmation, his dark countenance began to clear. A number of emotions melted into each other on his face. Anger became confusion, confusion became understanding, and understanding became acceptance. He let out a long, tired sigh and unfolded his arms. Okay, I hear ya. You were only trying to help. I'm sorry. He directed this apology at you. I shouldn't have gotten angry. There's nothing wrong with your hair. Don't worry. I just saw you holding those flowers and I lost my cool. He chuckled bleakly. That's on me. I'm the problem here. At this, he hung his head and slouched where he stood. I can't believe she'd run away like that, screaming as if she'd seen a ghost. Like I was the worst thing in the world. Oh. Okay, yeah, you did say this last time. Last week, I think. Not looking for that at the moment, but I do appreciate your offer, but just not right now. Thank you, though. Is it really that awful being around me? Am I really that bad? His voice was thick with emotion, pain behind every word. There was barely a dry eye in the whole building. A chorus of sympathy rose up from the people around you. Sounds of comfort and encouragement in equal measure. The tender walked behind his bar and came to rest his palms flat on the counter, his thick arms spread wide. I wish I know what to do, you know. If only there were something. Anything. It was a frank admission laden heavy with resignation. He bowed his head again and was silent. There was a pointed pause. Into it, you heard Baxter gently clear his throat.
Honestly.
If you permit me to say, it can be hard to know what to do in these kinds of situations, but the important thing is that it's making you unhappy. Once you realize that, it should at least be obvious what not to continue doing. Dancing around your feelings like this will only lead further and further from what you want, so why stick to the same old tune? The bartender gradually lifted his face to peer up at Baxter with an inscrutable expression. If you like that charming singer, then what could you ever have to gain by insisting otherwise? You don't need to propose or anything equally drastic, but why push her away when all you want is to get closer? His voice gained a faint, lilting cadence, almost like he was a singer too, before it tapered away to nothing. On the countertop, you saw the bartender clench a fist. Ha! You got me pegged. You and everyone else in this joint. So I like her already. What good is that? She thinks I'm a joke. She wouldn't be seen dead with someone like me. We all know that too. You saw what just happened. Am I supposed to make myself look like an idiot? Waltz on over and tell her we should be pals? I'd be straight up begging to be laughed at. I couldn't take it. Not from her. My friend is right, you're only making it worse, but what you're doing, you're already embarrassing yourself. It's always hard to put yourself out there. It's always hard putting yourself out there, but isn't it better than the alternative? One hand came up to scratch the nape of his neck in a universal gesture of awkwardness. I guess you got a point there.
I get it.
I understand the concern. You needn't go any further than you're able. The key is that you step forward in the first place, or at least resist the urge to continue moving backwards. When the time comes, don't pull away. You'll only regret it later. The bartender rested one arm across the counter, easing into a stance that was more casual. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. His body language was loosening up. You gathered that he was mulling over what had been said, taking it all in. After a while, he cracked a cautious grin. You know, it's usually the other people who want me to listen to their problems. And by listening, I mean I just help them pick a poison. You know, blunt the edges when nothing else can. Never thought I'd be on the receiving end, though. He rapped a knuckle on the countertop and straightened up suddenly. Ah, shoot, I forgot the ice with your drinks. I'm being real sloppy tonight, letting personal stuff get in the way of business. Sorry about that. He began to walk towards the heavy curtain, his black shoes echoing loudly on the floor. Let me go take care of that, and maybe cool myself off a sec while I'm at it. With a click of his heels and a swish of the curtain, he was gone. Now what became the unspoken consensus of the audience? An answer came shortly. Psst. It was in the form of a loud hiss from the other side of the room. from behind the corner where the singer had vanished. Your focus swung back to see the lady in question poking her head out, shy as a dormouse. She cupped her fingers around her mouth, keeping to a stage whisper. Is he gone? Various assenting voices chimed in. Baxter flashed her a quick thumbs up. Seeing that the coast was clear, the singer's head vanished for a brief instant before reappearing, the rest of her following along with it. She swanned her way into the main area, oozing feigned confidence. All the terror of her departure had gone, hastily pasted over as though nothing had happened. She brought up a hand to shade her eyes, casting a look around the room, her immaculately lipsticked lips parted. Has my dear, delightful, meddlesome friend finally decided to beat it too? Not yet. The friend's voice called out from somewhere behind you. While everyone's attention had been elsewhere, they had managed to collect the discarded bouquet. In their other hand was the lone flower the singer herself had pitched. They held it out to her. I'm sorry about the flowers. I lied. They weren't from him. They never were to begin with. The singer clapped over her mouth in shock. What? You tricked me? Her cry projected clear as a bell, ringing with hurt and betrayal. Her pristine face was crumpled in a furious scowl, directed first at the friend and then everyone else in the room. And you were all in on it? The friend darted to her side in an effort to placate, babbling apologies over and over with a mollifying tone. I know, I'm a terrible friend, and I shouldn't have done it. Finally, something we can agree on. Fine, I deserve that, but just hear me out, okay? Even though they weren't from him, there's nothing stopping you from flipping this on its head. I'm not sure I like where this is going. I'm a singer, not an acrobat. It's easy. When he comes back, why don't you give the flowers to him? The singer stared blankly for a few seconds, then tossed her head back and bellowed with laughter. Her once lyrical voice was now cold and callous in timbre. Oh, my darling friend, you really should consider joining the circus. I've never heard something so ludicrous. This is serious. I just know it'll work. Believe me, I'll be rooting for you. And not only me. You all think so too, right, gang? At their prompting, the room was filled with shouts of agreement. Yeah! We'll be right behind you. It's okay, don't be afraid. What have you got to lose? The comments came bright and fast. More people pitched in with remarks about what had happened while the singer was gone. Others simply nodded along. Though she readily dismissed her friend's suggestion, the audience reaction seemed to be more convincing. She stood in the middle of the flurry of sound, head cocked, listening intently. At that very moment, there was a shuffling from behind the curtain entrance. The fabric parted to reveal the bartender, carrying a palm-sized metal bowl piled high with ice. For the second time this evening, everyone froze in place. The singer slowly rotated on her heels to face him. His eyes were wide with surprise. Suddenly, she stumbled forward. The mutual friend had given her a nudge, knocking her off balance toward the bartender. She wheeled around to glare at them before snatching the single flower her friend still held, and about facing once more, she laughed a thin, nervous laugh and took one small step closer. A wide expanse separated them. Her footfalls echoed. 1 step, 2 steps, then she halted, too afraid to continue. She wavered, on the brink of turning back. All at once, the crowd made good on their promise. Hollers of encouragement came from the booths behind her. Whoops and cheers and whistles of "Don't give up now." You can do it. Once again, the singer crept across the room as though expecting to be attacked at any moment. Good morning, Paps. The bartender was a statue, watching motionless, inch by inch. The distance closed. When only a few feet remained to separate them, the singer paused. She cast an anxious look from her target to where you and Baxter were sitting. At your side, Baxter smiled and inclined his head in a nod. You followed suit, giving her 2 thumbs up and a big grin. What are you waiting for? With the poise and slowness of a puppet yanked on strings, she extended her arm. The flower gleamed in the dim light of the bar. A flush of red, hanging in the air between them. The bloom was fragile, frail, vulnerable, like a naked, helpless heart offered up in prayer. Everyone in the room held their breath. The two held each other's gaze, neither speaking a word. He knew and she knew. This time, it was real. The bartender silently placed the bowl of ice down on the bar, a moment of choice, a crossroads. Then he walked over, stretched out his fingers. He caressed the petals of the single rose, light as a feather, and then he placed his fingers over hers and gently lifted the flower free. He had accepted. The response was immediate. The space exploded with applause, cries of delight coming from all and sundry. The friend jumped up and down on the spot, suppressing a squeal. High fives were exchanged. There were wolf whistles and roars of approval. Baxter and you shared a look of silent satisfaction. Amid the jubilation, the bartender returned to the counter to retrieve the bowl of ice. Maybe it was a metaphor. The winter cold swapped for the first blooms of spring. He hastened over to you and dropped a handful of cold, possibly metaphors in yours and metaphors in your and Baxter glasses. He parted again with a wink. After that first climactic moment, the remainder of the story barreled ahead. No sooner had the lovers begun to open up to one another than further complications reared their heads. Oh God. First came the parents, who had always claimed the two were fated. They were keen to seal the match and win the satisfaction of lording it over everyone. Nobody could bear the thought of granting them the satisfaction, and so began the elaborate scheme to keep the two families out of the loop. Tragedy developed into farce. At every step, the audience had a part to play. It's always the parents. One scene saw a group of patrons acting as a diversion, keeping one of the parents occupied while the lovers made their escape. In another, you and Baxter were recruited to slide secret notes along the bar while nobody was looking. Even the band got to help, swapping one song in the program for another without warning, the singer's defiant aria transmuted into one of passionate, heartfelt longing. It was a flurry, the characters coming and going with the chaotic energy you normally could only see at a distance on a stage. And all through the carefully coordinated mayhem, the actual waiter diligently continued to cater to the patrons, serving more drinks, clearing tables, and lighting candles. He ducked and weaved between chairs and bar stools and the other characters, sometimes even participating in the action, but normally fading into the background. At one point, the singer and he almost collided, and would have sent a particular hefty tray flying. But it was all part of the performance, and they both expertly caught the glasses before they fell, to loud approbation from the audience. The journey was precarious, full of twists and turns, but with everyone's help, the protagonists were finally able to face their feelings for each other. Hardly anyone could have resisted getting caught up in it. When the confession came at last, a deafening cheer went up. The two shared a kiss, and the room was plunged into darkness. The band struck up a lively tune, and when the lights came back on, all the actors took their bows to well-earned applause that seemed to last for hours. Finally, the floor cleared. The lamps dimmed to their usual twilight. It was finished. Love had triumphed, at least for one night. Okay. There was too much of that story. I'm sorry, there was way too much of that story. Like, I just needed a brief overview of what this date was going to be. I did not need to read out 40 minutes of show dialogue. Okay. With that show over, things wound down for the evening. There were no more performances booked, although it was still a good while until closing. Yeah. No, yeah, I was doing that show for you saw 3 minutes out of at least 40 of it. Something like that. Show was long. It's a long show. Even a half hour is too much dialogue to read for something that has nothing to do with the characters. People could enjoy the room as a normal bar. The band continued to play, and patrons milled about with their drinks. Some people were adamantly discussing the performance you'd just seen. The atmosphere was what is that word? Hold on. I have to actually... Convivial. Okay. Convivial. I had to actually look it up. I had to listen to it because I was like, I don't know how to what? Convivial. Yeah. Good morning, Kobe. Baxter let out a contented sigh and fiddled absent-mindedly with his second baby Bellini. He barely touched it since it arrived. Seeing that you were aimlessly looking around, he caught your eye with a tilt of the head and quirk of his brow.
What do you think?
Convivial? Yeah. I had to listen to how it's pronounced. That word is bullshit. Hold on. It just means like an atmosphere is like friendly or lively or something like that. Yeah, why did you go to bed? Well, I mean, you always go to bed late. But did you go to bed like extra late? I can't help when he talks, so like, that's what I'm doing. Now then, was the show to your liking? I'm all ears. And you can be honest, it can be a lot to take in. At least I had the experience. It was so fun. It was pretty interesting. It was really wonderful. Are you kidding? It was so fun, except for the fact that I had to read it out. I'm glad to hear that. They put a lot of effort into their craft. The dedication to entertainment is commendable. Oh, train. Choo choo. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I had the opposite thing this morning. Like, I woke up early and I Twitch didn't like you cursing. I had to let you. No, Automod did not like that at all. But like, I tried to go back to sleep and I just couldn't. So I just laid in my bed for an hour, just listening to my videos and never fell back asleep. So like right before 8, I got up again. You might be interested to know the shows aren't always like this. They have quite a wide selection of different genres. The murder mysteries are always popular, but I wasn't sure how you'd feel about an interactive performance with the capacity for violence. I mean, we can do violence, that's fine. Would I have to read out as much dialogue? Those can get rather intense, to say the least. Yeah, so did I. Yeah, Automod. Oh, really? Wow. Even the play we just saw is rarely performed the same way twice. As far as I've heard, they often chop and change the premise, shuffling the characters and events around as needed. You recall the ever-suffering friend, desperate to help the fated couple find love? Well, some nights, it is they who charms the heart of the singer, or the bartender. In that situation, the third party is instead refusing their help out of kindness, not wanting to get in the way of their own possible romance. Sometimes the characters' families detest one another, Romeo and Juliet style. On those nights, the singer and the bartender dislike each other too, but pretend to fall in love in order to spite their own parents. And then, of course, it happens for real. And on rare occasions, they simply play hard to get, faking a quarrel for no reason other than to frustrate their would-be matchmakers and laugh at them with the guests in a private. So you see, there's an enormous potential for telling a whole host of different stories, but usually the core idea is the same. Yeah, you slept in late. I mean, I guess you needed it, so like, take the sleep that you get. Why are we dancing? Why are we dancing? Oh. The two characters, for whatever reason, are always talking past each other, always failing to communicate, and it's up to the audience to lend a hand. I think it's a fascinating concept, personally. A very novel form of entertainment. Oh, the background music. The background music's the only music this game has. Like, it's constantly going. Hello, welcome. Good afternoon now. Because it's after 12 p.m. You listened attentively to Baxter's explanation. Regardless of what you thought of the performance, it was nice to hear him passionate about something. He spun from side to side in his bar stool, a dry smirk on his face. Oh, evening. I just have a habit of always saying good morning. It's never gonna matter what time it is, I'm just always gonna say good morning. Like, I have to physically remind myself that it's not always morning. I suppose I find the fundamental concept rather amusing too. It's so obvious from the outside, the way the characters let their pride become an obstacle to their own happiness. Projecting much, sir? Yeah. I mean, not just 12 hours a day, depending on what time zone people are in when they're here. I could be talking to someone in the morning. So, he is the king of projection. So, Kobe, because you just woke up, this is the second date we've gone on with him that he wanted to impress with. We already went on a coffee date at the beginning of this moment. He is not a morning person. He is like, before 12, there's no functioning happening. So, like, it was hilarious, but then he got all like grumpy about it because he wasn't projecting like a perfect impression of himself. And yeah, so now here we are. Literally, he opened the door in his fucking pajamas. This is the third moment I've done for him. On step 3, obviously, because he has the black and white hair. Because it took far too long to actually get to him. I don't remember the names. Yeah, hold on. Save. We did... What's that? What does that say? We did sightseeing and hang, and now we're doing drinks. That's it. Have to, like, look at my save and, like, squint to read. Oh, yeah. No, Baxter's great. Baxter was great before he was a DLC. Oh, thank you for following! I appreciate it. No, Baxter I wanted to date back when I first found this game and just played it normally. Every time Baxter showed up, I was just like, that one. Yes. As I said before, if they want each other so desperately, what point is there in saying the opposite? I don't know, Baxter. What point? It's plainly not right to yourself and the one you care for, and so unpalatable that it compels us and the supporting cast to action. Just right for interactive theater, I suppose. Yes, I did struggle because I couldn't. I tried. Well... Oh... still love Cove. Look, Cove will always be my baby. But, like, Baxter is what I would go for in real life. Kobe, it's too early for this. And I do like Derek's DLC too. Like, I like the way they did. The only problem with this particular moment that I have is that the show took too long. There was too much show. I know it was a big part of the date, but like that was like 40 minutes of me reading just show dialogue. Yeah. And then there's me who gets up at like 8 a.m. and does stuff. Okay, being honest with yourself is a choice, and so is being dishonest. People's feelings aren't always as easy as that. Everyone has their own struggles. Are you saying you never pretended to be something you're not? Good job, Kobe. Yeah. Are you saying you never pretended to be something you're not? Baxter rocked idly back on his stool, giving the appearance of thought, but maybe merely acting mysterious. One hand stirred his drink. No comment. Eventually, a little voice in the back of your head prompted you to speak again. I mean, I can give you a gold star later. I'll send it to you on Discord. Thanks for the tickets and the ride and everything, pretty much. Yeah, exactly. You get it. You know how to treat a date. It honestly surprised you that Baxter had been able to get seats at such a short notice. It seemed like the place was pretty popular. The performance you watched had been a full house. Oh, did he? Good. See? Gold star. Unable to hide your curiosity, you put the question to the man himself. Where exactly did you get the tickets for this? Instantly, Baxter's face tensed, his easygoing smile losing some of its effortlessness and tugging down at the corners. That, of course. He crossed his arms in a way that struck you as mildly defensive. Maybe you remember the friends of my parents, the ones I visited recently? Oh, he's so extra. Well, it just so happens that they're in the performance business. Theater, ballet, musicals, all kind of productions. They specialize in large-scale events of that nature. This venue isn't one of theirs, but they were able to pull some strings on my behalf.
Of course.
It's a question of knowing the right people who know the right people. We could have had even full backstage access with the main cast if I had asked. As it was, we were singled out for some special attention during the show on account of being seated at the bar. I'll have to remember to thank them for that. So much extra. So much extra. I'm sure they'd be pleased to know that our date went well, too. You couldn't help it. Your eyes widened a little. You hadn't figured that Baxter would have that kind of pull. Seriously. You don't need to try that hard. Like... This is the same man who literally threw like a pouty tantrum when he realized he forgot his wallet to go get coffee because he was too tired to remember. Well, yeah, he's a rich boy. Seeing your response, Baxter's features chilled further, his brows knitting together. He shrugged his shoulders in a sigh.
Truthfully,
I do try not to lean on that kind of thing too much, if you can believe me. I appreciate it might not look like it now. You could say it's a means for me to preserve my sense of independence. It's easy to be popular if you could foot the bill, and I don't want that to be what draws others to me. Yeah, that's the best thing about this entire moment is seeing Morning Baxter. Like, Morning Baxter was a treat. But after all that, here I am, leaning on the same old crutch. Nothing has changed since I was 6. Okay. How quaint. How wonderful. How truly excellent. As he rambled on, Baxter was speaking more and more inwardly, his tone increasingly acrid. Yes, every Baxter is a treat. I agree with you there. Morning Baxter specifically, just because it's a rarer treat, you know. Is this really any better than yesterday? What have I achieved? You could only sit and listen as the brief tirade continued. Had Baxter been sitting on this ever since the coffee shop? It was true he hadn't come across as satisfied by reassurances, only by a second chance. But if you had known it'd only make him feel worse, you wouldn't have let it get this far. Baxter managed to snap out of this train of thought, his attention returning to you. He looked rather sheepish.
Forgive me.
I'm sorry, Ryan. Perhaps it would be best to call it a night. Baxter's very dramatic. Like, he's got, like, that vampire dramaticism down, like, movie every time there's a voice slide. Look, I can't make that voice. I'm not even trying to make that. I do not possess the vocal cords to go that deep. I don't have enough testosterone. I wouldn't want to sour the evening after such a charming showing. They did pick a great voice actor. He swiftly rose from his bar stool, mind made up. You didn't stop him. Attempting the conversation in a public place wasn't a wise plan. Instead, you hurried to follow. Crossing the floor towards the exit, you passed the bartender and a few other cast members. You quickly expressed your appreciation to them and got cheery waves and thanks in return. Sounds and colors became a blur, and before long you had stepped out into the street. Baxter was already a few places down the block, heading for his car, but he stopped for you to catch up. Well, yeah, it is hot anime boy tone. I know. I've teased him a couple times. This particular playthrough, I'm not doing the shy shit, so I don't pick any of those choices. In the car. You exchanged a few pleasantries on the journey home, but nothing too involved. Baxter is making an effort to keep the conversation light, just as he promised. Grizzled anime mentor. You could do that. Sure? I can do my voice. Oh, really? What? I can do my voice. That's the extent of my ability. He really didn't want to leave a bad impression. That much was clear. You used the time and the space between sentences to mull things over. I just went full bold with this one because I just didn't want to mess around, really. I've done every iteration of Cove, and I'll probably come back and do other things with Baxter because I did other things with Derek. So, but still. Just full on bold. Yeah, no holds bar. There's no... Not waiting. We're there with Baxter. Okay, here we go. There was something that needed to be done, but you couldn't figure out what you could say. In your imagined scenarios, it would all end the same way, with him appreciating the sentiment while not believing. I've played this game so much. It was hard to think clearly. Your head was full of the smell of fake cocktails and snatches of remembered music, like the show and your life blending together in the shake of a mixer. You sank down into the soft leather of the car seat and let the images wash over you in waves. The stars were winking playfully overhead as you arrived back in your own neighborhood. The moon was a yellow lantern floating up high. You stepped out of Baxter's car and a sea breeze danced across your cheeks. After the summer heat of the daytime, it was cool and refreshing, like the first sip of an iced drink. Baxter escorted you to the front door. He was, as ever, determined to be a gentleman. The deliberate, hold on, I can't say this word. Deliberateness of it gave you pause in a way that it hadn't until now. What? Extorted you? What? You got... What? Oh, yeah. Look, there's a lot of things I've almost said. Like... The words that come out when I read the things for this game are not always actual words. So, look. Doing my best, but... Brain runs too fast for the mouth to keep up with. Yeah, I mean, true. I would also let him. He lifted the corners of his mouth and his eyes wrinkled, a perfectly arranged smile.
Good night.
Good night, Ryan. I had a wonderful time. The manner he said it made it sound less like he was expressing his feelings and more like he was stating a want, as if he was determined that it should be true. Ever since his dip in mood at the end of the event, your mind had been filled with those thoughts you couldn't grasp hold of. These questions pressed against you incessantly. Why was he still beating himself up over what happened yesterday? Why did he seem so unlike himself before you left the bar? What was going on in that head of his right now? Oh, questions. Having bid you farewell, Baxter moved to leave. There was a priority in making himself scarce. In his eyes, there was something like tiredness, something like fear. The prospect of some other sudden indignity rearing its head was too much for him to bear. He'd lost the chance to save face entirely in front of you by now. Best to cut things off at the roots. To see him like that tugged at your chest. You couldn't accept him going back to that empty house to wallow in frustration. But what could you do? Your mouth opened without anything to fill it, but the words somehow came anyway. Would you want to come inside? This would be sexier if we didn't live with our lesbian moms and sister. Yeah. Remember, we're like 17 right now. Things couldn't end here, that much was certain. What you needed was more time. Seriously. Oh, don't get me started on fucking Liz. Yes and no. They would make themselves scarce, but they would also eavesdrop so that they knew what was going on. Baxter paused. Having turned to go, the far side of him was in shadow. As he slowly swiveled back to you and the light caught his face once more, his expression was conflicted. No, she wouldn't. It held surprise, confusion, and no small amount of intrigue. His lips parted as if to speak, but his brow furrowed, and he closed his mouth again without a sound. He evidently had no idea where the present moment was leading. Neither did you. Baxter settled for a simple tilt of the head, his eyes posing a question. Hey, the night's still young, and I hear that there's this really great local place to grab a drink. It's really close by. You fished out your house keys and jingled them pointedly. Would you care to join me? Despite playing it off as nothing serious, you were silently willing Baxter not to go, just a little longer. Hearing your elaboration, Baxter couldn't help but be amused. He recovered from his initial trepidation enough to laugh at your desperate plan. A drink, you say? A fascinating suggestion. How decidedly original of you. One eyebrow was raised, his voice dripping with irony. You schooled your expression, the picture of innocence. Whatever could he be implying? There was nothing the least bit absurd about this request. Baxter's features relaxed into a look of fond regard as his eyes searched your face for a moment. One hand was tucked casually into his back pocket. Though some of the tension appeared to be gone, his stance was still one of indecision. Contemplation. Default to getting... Look. If they want to be alone for, like, spicy alone time, they could go to his place. No one's there. We invited him into our house with our moms and our sister. As spicy as we try to make MC, like, MC's default, you know, not that spicy. I know. Look. We live by a beach. That's how conversations happen, with drinks. For some reason, your imagination conjured up a vision of him at a woodland crossroads, standing just as he was now, carefully weighing which way to go. They're so awkward. At this point, you felt as though you could guess the thought process he was going through, even if he wasn't saying it out loud. For Baxter, it was all a question of the eventual outcome. When everything was over, and he looked back on this moment, how would he best like to remember it? Should he end things here and avoid any further mishaps, or should the night continue with the accompanying risks of additional regrets? Baxter didn't only aim to make the most of his time by doing what he liked, but by meticulously crafting the experiences and emotions he'd have. You sighed inwardly, recalling simpler times. If only it were another case of which frozen dessert to pick from an ice cream truck. At length, his mind was made up. Baxter cleared his throat and straightened his stance, facing you square on.
That's sweet.
Thank you for the offer, Ryan. It's very kind of you to be so generous with your time. I should like to take up that suggestion if it's no inconvenience. A drink would be lovely. Great. A rush of relief hit. Thank goodness. You still had a chance to turn things around. He likely had a similar thought, though your ideas on what would achieve that were certainly different. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he was even smaller if he did the step 2 thing, but I forgot he grows again in step 4. That was the best. I mean, I'm enjoying all the DLC, but honestly, the best part was them adding the picture of him in step 2, because I've done step 2 before when there was no picture of him and we just had like the brief description, and then actually getting to see it, I was like, oh, look at him, little baby, can finally see you instead of just looking at the background. Flashing a cheerful smile, you unlocked your front door and led the way inside. Baxter dutifully followed, pausing only to wipe his shoes on the doormat, just as Ma would want. All the lights were on in the living room, and there was a brief flash of panic at the prospect you lured Baxter into a run-in with your family at the worst possible time. Yeah. As luck would have it, when you poked your head around the doorway, the room was empty. You couldn't hear movement. Yeah, you couldn't hear movement. You were alone for now. I kind of sped run as much as I could to get to step 3 when I first started doing this playthrough. So I didn't go through everything. On my own time, I'm gonna have to actually go through everything. But I forgot how long the beginning and endings of the steps were. I forgot how long the moments took. And I forgot how much I was actually gonna have to say out loud. So, speedrun playthrough as much as possible to save my poor voice and my tripping over words and people suffering because of it. So you gestured for Baxter to sit down and make himself comfortable. He graciously accepted the invitation. Rather than cash. Wow. Okay, it's already starting. Rather than crash on the couch, he sauntered over to the table, pulled up a chair, prim and proper to the last. Having got this far, you willed the hostly components of your brain into motion. Oh. Yeah. I don't think I ever uninstalled this game, so I can skip through things pretty quickly when I'm not, like, trying to entertain an audience. Oh no, yeah, new computer does do that, but yay, new computer. After seeing a professional like the bartender at work, you had some standards to live up to. First things first, the technical reason for why you invited him in. What do you want to drink? We have juice, milk, other things. Ah, just water, please. I don't have the appetite for much else right now. Boy never eats. His reply came without hesitation, but it lacked the usual degree of confidence you'd come to expect from him. The sound of it spoke volumes. While nobody could go so far as to call him fragile, there was no denying that Baxter was a long way from his usual bold self. Gotcha. One water coming right up. You reached for a pair of glasses, deciding to stick with water yourself to keep things simple. After pouring some chilled water from the fridge, you brought the drinks over to the table and sat down across from Baxter.
Thank you.
Yep, well, he said it for me. Baxter sipped his water quietly, then placed it back down in front of him. It struck you fully how bizarre the situation would appear to anyone who happened to be watching. Two people sitting at the dining room table, dressed to the nines, gingerly sampling glasses of plain water. Thank you, Issa. That's something. It's a thank you. I should make that my alert. Every time someone follows or something, just have Baxter going, thank you. Yeah, that. I don't know how to do that, but if I could, that'd be a thing I would do. You mentally whispered an apology to the tender of the jazz bar. You were a little ashamed at your feeble imitation of his skills. It was a good thing your moms weren't around to see this either. They never let you live it down. Not in a million years. I'm also not sure I can legally do that, technically. So, we'll see. But that was all beside the point. You knew, and Baxter knew, that the pretext of coming over for a drink was simply that, a thinly veiled excuse. Only a very particular kind of emergency would necessitate visiting a neighbor's house for nothing more than a glass of water. And yet, in a way, it had been an emergency. A relationship emergency. You sincerely hoped that this brief borrowed moment would give you both the chance to clear the air and reach some kind of mutual understanding. Yeah, I like MC's family, but I also have issues with the family as well. So, ultimately, the family's fine. The moms are great. But, and I don't like that we're never able to kind of actually have discourse with them. Like, there's like moments and then it's just like, okay, no, everything's good again. Yay. We're just expected to forgive everything that they do when they're overbearing and like when they cross boundaries or whatever. And I'm just like, The Cove moment when we all go to the farmer's market thing is a big example of that. Like, personally, I've even played characters where I don't care that we all split up or whatever, and like, yeah, it's not the main crux of the story, so I get why we would breeze past it, but I also think that if you're putting in choices which give me moments of discourse, I should agree to. Yeah, I've done the kind of characters where that farmer's market makes a lot of sense, and we're like, they just go, oh, we're sorry, and then we're just like, yeah, everything's good now. And I'm like, but no, it's not good. Not with this character. With some characters, it doesn't matter. Like, Cove makes a bigger deal out of it than us because we're apparently never allowed to go through that moment without having discourse. But it's just little things like that. I still love everything about this game. I just played it so much that now I get nitpicky on certain things. But it's fine. I know how things are. Like, the point of the game is, you know, ultimately you and Cove in the DLCs, you and Derek, or you and Baxter. Like, that's where the main focus is supposed to be. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just one of those things. I guess we'll see that if they put any of those differences in the new game that they're going to be making whenever that one comes out. But if they could, I would like it to have those moments be a little bit more substantial and have more effect on the overall relationships. Even though that's complicated and I don't understand game design or how that would affect how many things they have to do with choices and stuff. So oh, really? That's good. I haven't played the demo. I'm just kind of waiting for it to come out fully. Did I read this one? I don't think I did. Baxter reached down to fiddle with the tumbler of water before him, though without lifting it to his lips again. He stared down into it searchingly. After a while, he spoke.
I deeply apologize.
I feel like I must sound like a broken record at this point, but it's exceedingly considerate of you to extend your hospitality this far. Bold, exceedingly. I'm grateful. His gaze didn't lift, but one corner of his mouth did. It looked as though it took some effort. He maintained it just long enough to be sure you'd seen, and then dropped like a heavy weight. He quietly sighed once, as though to catch his breath. He continued.
To be honest,
I must confess, however, if it were up to me, none of this would be happening. I find myself regretting my actions up to this point. Things would have been for the better if I had not said anything after the show, or if you hadn't treated them as if they had mattered. It was a brief moment of frustration, and it's caused so much trouble. An evening ruined by nothing and for nothing. And this was already my second go at inviting you out for an occasion. We don't need to retread what happened for the first time. He tossed his head to one side and made a bitter sound with his tongue. Seriously? You told the actor to be honest, and you're all over here, like, behind your little, like, posh facade. Like, everything has to be proper and perfect, and I hate to break this to you, but you're not actually a vampire. Are you actually a vampire? Yeah, projection. I should be better than this. It irks me so much to make the same mistakes over and over. There weren't even mistakes made. His voice trembled with frustration, his eyes dark and downcast. He dropped to a forceful whisper, repeating the words as if to convince himself of them, as if to nail them to his chest. No, he can't. He cannot take his own advice. I was better than this, wasn't I? Why do you feel you have to be? I think you're wonderful. You aren't better or worse. You're just yourself. You're acting like the characters in the show, you know. I don't need you to do that. I just want you to talk to me. Okay, we're gonna do the looking at what happens with each choice thing again because I don't know which one I want to do. I'm gonna read my actual choice. Mm-hmm. No, I do this all the time.
Understandable.
Okay.
I swear.
Breaking that fourth wall on that one. Okay. That one is a lot of stuff and very dramatic. I'm not sure I want to go down that path right now. That's a lot of dialogue, and that's a lot of... Ooh. Buddy. It's a lot to unpack right now. So I did that one, and I did that one. Aren't better or worse. Okay, this one gives the same... Okay. Okay. These two are pretty much the same kind of thing. Oh no, we did. You're acting like the characters in the show. That's what I did. Okay, so we extend a little bit more, and then he does the same, like, mockingly. I was supposed to be a side character. Nothing like Baxter breaking the fourth wall of how he wasn't supposed to be a romance option. Yeah, they all struggle. Oof, they all struggle. Okay, that's the same. Okay. Okay, so... I already forgot. I know this one gives us a little bit of a different one. But they all basically wind up at him being like, all like, I was supposed to be a side character, boo-hoo. So I think for this playthrough, we're just gonna be blunt and tell him you're acting like the characters in the show. I think that's the route I'm gonna go down for this one. I'll deal with other choices in a different playthrough. You said basically the same thing, didn't you? About the bartender and the singer? Baxter had been unforgiving in his appraisal of their predicament. Their pride was the stumbling block, the altar on which they sacrificed their happiness over and over again. But here he was, refusing himself even an ounce of perceived weakness, ruthlessly criticizing his own mistakes when they were entirely harmless. Yeah. Baxter praised his proclaimed directness, and yet he denied that honesty to himself when it meant expressing any part of himself he deemed unfit or unworthy. How was that any different from the poor lovers endlessly ripping apart their own feelings out of insecurity? You tried as best you could to express these thoughts to Baxter. He tossed his head back with a short shout of a laugh.
Understandable.
I suppose you could make an excellent point. I really was quick to judge. Before the fall cometh pride. I wouldn't say that's the driving force here, though. It's not that I'm too proud to admit faults. My own ego isn't what I have on the line. I am as shameless as I seem. But... He trailed off, leaving the thought incomplete. You tried to nudge him along gently. If not that, then what? Oh, okay, we're still getting that part. Okay. Baxter finally lifted his eyes to meet yours. They were narrowed, their intention unreadable. The cruel curve to his mouth spoke for itself, however. With a jolt, you realized it was a look of poorly disguised mockery. And still, you could tell it wasn't meant for you. When that cutting smile opened and the words came, pointed and pained and sharp, it was all aimed inward, at himself. This whole situation, it's asinine. I haven't known you long enough to be causing this kind of trouble. I'm quite literally a stranger. And I won't even be here long enough for that to change. As welcoming as you all are here, that can't be forgotten.
I swear.
I was only ever supposed to be a part of the fun. A worthwhile piece of the summer scenery. Someone who added to the experience, not held it back. You shouldn't have to baby me, to sit there and spend your time making me feel better when I don't keep it together. His hands were clenched on the table, the knuckles a shock of white. The mess I am in the mornings, the drama I cause in the evenings, the person I am when the show is over, those aspects shouldn't be any of your concern. I don't provide that support to you, do I? And how could I when I don't know you? No, it's not fair to make you worried, or worse, guilty over what happens to me. What matters is that when we're together, it's for the pleasant parts of existence. The less ideal shades of life can be managed separately. He slumped back a little in his chair, the power having gone out of his voice. That's all I wanted. The blood was still pounding in your ears. Witnessing Baxter like this, as you've never seen him before, was equal parts exhilarating and shocking. His inner conflict now an exposed wire. How many times had you sat across from him these past few days? And how was it only now did it feel like you were truly seeing the person in the chair opposite? You took a moment to process your thoughts, steady your breathing. Here, at last, was the crux of the matter. It was clear that when Baxter came to Sunset Bird, he had set himself a series of rules. Rules about how much to involve himself, how much of an impact to make. Issues. That's why he's angry. He's angry because of his own issues. Which ultimately, I think, narrowed down to his character almost breaking fourth wall and being angry that he's not like a background character anymore. That he wasn't supposed to be important. And he doesn't like having his failures, his perceived failures, take up so much of our character's time and thoughts, basically. Like the tourist concept of leave only footprints behind, but taken to the extreme. There wasn't space for him to be complicated, to have negative emotions, to show different sides of himself to anyone. To do so would be a dereliction? Dereliction? I think. Of duty. Wait, I still have a tab up. Hold on. Found it. Oh, I was right. Yeah. Dereliction. Yeah. Seriously, it's just about him being a side character that wasn't supposed to be a love interest. You weren't going to criticize him wanting his privacy. It was important to him, and you respected that. But this kind of framing, one where he had an obligation to minimize himself for others' benefit, it was only causing pain. In spite of what he felt was right, you cared too much about him by now to let him carry on like this. Cautiously, you opened your mouth. Okay. Morning, evening, all, I like you. You're my friend, no one cares if sometimes everybody did. Okay. Seriously? That's basically what he's like upset about. I'm a side character. I'm not important. I'm just a side character. Like, buddy, I hate to break it to you, but I've just been on the friendship train with Cove this whole time, this whole playthrough. That's not happening. It could happen. The most satisfying romance I ever had with Cove, they're all pretty satisfying, but the most satisfying one was to get the achievements. I did indifferent with him throughout steps 1, 2, and 3, so we basically hated each other, and then by the time we got to step 4, then I had us go straight to love. That one, that moment, so satisfying. You don't get to the wedding DLC because your relationship basically starts in step 4, but oof. It's just getting through step 1, 2, and 3 with indifferent is tragic. I'm just gonna go with morning Baxter, evening Baxter, all the Baxters. I like you. You spoke earnestly and with as much composure as you could manage. Ah, I've done that one too. Yeah. Right now, more than anything, Baxter needed to know how wrong he was. He wasn't a burden, and his feelings didn't hurt you. You tried your best to communicate this to him. And then another thought made itself known to you, one that ached under your ribs. You couldn't help but give it voice. We finally met again after all these years. You haven't been a nobody to me for a long time. You said your piece and went silent. The house lay still, and the windows were empty portals black with night. The only sound was that of both your breathing. Baxter's eyes had been locked with yours during the speech, the last heat of his frustration smoldering within them. Now in the quiet, you finally felt the embers fade completely. His gaze slowly slid to one side, then down. He swallowed. I. The sound drifted across to you across the table, small and hushed. A sigh. So miserable. Thank you. It was said simply, with no pretense or cavets. Baxter had given up the fight with himself for now and accepted what you had told him. You let your body unclench as you watched the creases in Baxter's brow began to disappear. A hand emerged from beneath the table to lift his glass, and he sipped his water, eyes closed. You took this as your cue that the discussion had run its course. There was no guarantee that things would change going forward. You weren't so arrogant as to think that Baxter's behavior would be altered all at once. Nothing drastic, anyway. He'd listen to your feelings, but who could really say how it would impact what would happen in the future? The past couple days had held a mirror up to Baxter, showing him a reflection that wounded him, cutting too close to the bone. There were hurts there that ran deeper that he let you reach. It didn't mean he mistrusted you. It may not have been a matter of trust to begin with. But you hoped that with time, Baxter might come to count on the fact that there was at least one person out there who would accept him. You wanted to give him that. Another souvenir to remember you by. He's very complicated. The minutes passed, and sip by sip, the two of you drank your way toward the bottom of your water glasses. The silence couldn't be called effortlessly comfortable, but it wasn't awkward. Companionable, perhaps. Baxter sucked in the last drops from his cup and then moved to stand unhurried. Thank you again. That was refreshing, both the water and the conversation. Still, I should be going. He was, matter of fact, with an air of calm finality. You weren't able to disagree. You nodded and rose in parallel, moving to take the glasses back over to the kitchen. You'd managed what you had set out to achieve. It was all right to let things end here for the time being. The night had spun around your way, and hopefully Baxter could see it as a positive when he reflected on it. You walked with him across the living room to the front door. With his back to you, you heard him begin to say something.
I appreciate the understanding.
I appreciate you taking the time to discuss this with me, for listening, in spite of, well... He gestured to himself, the meaning clear. Before you could tell him not to mention it, he reached the front door and came to face you. There was a mischievous grin on his face. You welcomed it like an old friend. But now, since the final act is over, how would we rate this event? I sincerely hope that it was acceptable on the whole. The question had a laugh to it, and underneath there was the faintest hint of that self-mockery from before. But now it was toothless, empty of malice, and entirely in good humor. You couldn't help but snort a laugh, unrestrained and affectionate. Oh, Baxter, how quickly he recovered his footing. Don't worry, it's a solid hit with the judges. You haven't lost your touch. I had a good time. Thanks for a fun evening out, and for stopping by, too.
My pleasure.
Don't mention it. The pleasure was all mine. Good night, Ryan. See you soon. Until next time, have a nice night. Bye. Squeeze his hand, cheerily waved. There's no kiss option. squeezing his hand. It's the only thing I can do. There was a moment of pause before Baxter looked down and squeezed yours in return. He pulled it up, and suddenly you thought he was about to kiss it. Instead, he stroked a thumb twice across your knuckles, still cool from the glass of water, and hummed a wordless noise of contentment. It was a comforting gesture, full of fond feeling. You stood like that a while, not speaking. Baxter liked you. Even if he didn't want you to know him, you were sure of that much. And then he made good on his promise to depart. Baxter stepped out into the dark night, the door shut behind him, and the long day came to a close along with it. When he was gone, you remained in the entryway for a while, lost in thought. You'd see him again, perhaps tomorrow, perhaps not. He might have had plans, but there would be a next time. You saw your face reflected in the dark glass window by the door, and found yourself wondering which Baxter you'd meet when the day came. Whoever he was, whenever it was, you'd be there. Okay. Well, that moment took 3 hours almost. Yay. Seriously, no. 100%. 100% that Baxter. And neither date was actually bad. Like, the morning date was fine. He just was tired because he just can't wake up and forgot his wallet, which wasn't a big deal. Like, they're so long. They're so long. Okay. Give me a moment. Switching to this. He's very dramatic. Okay. I need to go to the bathroom and do some stuff. So I'm going to put it on the Be Right Back scene. I have no microphone on that scene, which is why I'm doing this first. But I'll be back in like 5-ish minutes, and then we'll decide what I'm going to do. I'm not sure I can read another 3-hour long moment. So but I don't want to end stream just yet. So I'm probably going to switch to something else. But first, bathroom. So I shall be right back. Okay. Back. I do not have it in me to read another moment for 3 hours. It's getting gravelly at the end there, so we're gonna take a break from reading. And I'm going to just have to actually don't think there's a lot of music. I'll probably put Spotify back on. But things first. Editing stream info first. That's what we're doing first. House builder? Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah. Alright, also that. Yeah, I turned my AC on, so you'll hear that in the background. Sorry about that. Thank you, Kobe. I meant to say that when I came back, and then I forgot that I did that. Okay. So now... Yeah, look. I was overheating. It had to... No. I can't do anything about that. Air conditioner's on. You're gonna hear it in the background. I don't know what it sounds like, because I only hear it in my background. Actually, I'm kind of impressed that you can hear it, because it's like my mic's not pointed towards it. But it is pretty loud. So, okay. So now let us switch over to this. Maybe switch over to this. Like there's some game sound in this. Yeah, that's the air conditioner. Could you hear it last time? Because I've had it on before when I was streaming. Weird. Did I press something back here again? Oh well. Yeah, I'm surprised by that too. Who knows? Maybe I pressed the back again. You know what? No? Maybe? No, I'm pretty sure it's still on the right one. Okay, hold on. Not that one. Not that one. It has to be that one. It's like the heart one, right? Is it too loud? Do I have to turn it off and just suffer? Yeah, I don't know. Because, like, yeah, I can see that it's picking it up. But not, like, a lot. Did you hear the fan before? actually get started on shit while I'm talking about this. I was already doing the bamboo house, but like... Okay. If it's just like background noise, then it's fine. We'll deal with that, because I need to not overheat. I cannot overheat if I have it off also. Like, I can arrange for that. I just didn't want the fan blowing on me that hard, because I thought that the mic would pick up on. Regardless. Oh, really? Well, the game sounds really quiet right now. Because, like, I always have it pretty low. There's audio. There. It's a little bit louder now. Is it still loud? Or oh, it's better now. Okay, good. Good. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Kobe. Yeah, that's weird. I don't... Okay, alright, that's fine then. That's weird that it did that when it was first, like... It was on the right setting, but maybe I had to reset it again. Because I switched the cord out on it, and that might have, like, even though it was technically on the right setting, I had to, like, go the full circle so that it actually registered it was on the right setting. I don't know. Yeah. I think that's what happened. Okay, so I was working on a bamboo house, but they just dropped... Why is my map weird? Okay, here we go. But House Builder just put down... They're doing, like, some Castle Flipper thing. I also own Castle Flipper. Castle Flipper never got to the game I wanted to be. It's fine. Oh, you beat Far Cry? Yay! Yeah, I'm gonna start a new thing. I'm not gonna finish up Bamboo House. We're gonna do the Castle Flipper house. This game is really fun, but it's still buggy as shit. It's... There are just things you have to accept with this game that are just buggy. But it's so fun. But this game is fun in a way that if you like power washing sim or house flipper, you'll really like this game. That sort of thing. And there are some mechanics... Oh god. That scared me. Okay. We are going. Hello? Oh, this is our selling thing. Okay. Ah. Yes. Buggy movement. Oh, I know. Okay, so there's a log cabin you have to do in this game, and honestly, the wood cutting mechanics are buggy. Not as buggy as the crane mechanics, I think, but still, like, not great. Did you ever do the house where they don't actually tell you what to do, Kobe? There's a house on here where you have to pretty much guess everything you need to do. Or, like, go through the information tabs in order to figure out what they actually want you to do for that house. Like, it's legit. Like, there's no instructions. Eventually, sometimes you get some things on the side that... Oh, yeah. That farmhouse one? Yeah. Like... Oh, there's more over there. Okay, good to know. One flipping. It sucks so much that you lost your save. But computers do that. Yeah, go in. What do I need for those? Do I have those anywhere? I want to know why I have like country farm music for something that's supposed to be like a medieval house right now though. Like my immersion. Yeah, both of you got screwed over by your saves. Perhaps for more of a non-reason. Like, oh, I threw that by accident. Yeehaw! Oops. Is it smooth enough? Because it looks really choppy on my end. I can do resolution stuff maybe. But it looks like really choppy. On OBS. I don't know how it looks on bit choppy. Okay. Options. Hi. Fuck motion blur. Motion blur is the stupidest thing to ever. Yeah. Maybe I'll go to high instead of very high. Save. Okay. There you go. That looks better. Yeah. This isn't a high-res game. Like, this doesn't need to be, like, super high-res. I'm sorry. Like... Go in. Hello? Hello? Okay, fine. You'll go there. Yeah. Where are the other two? Oh, they're over there. What, the one that won't go in? Yeah, we're gonna see if that's gonna happen. It's the last one I have. Hello? Oh, it went in this time.
Congratulations!
Yeah. I believe I can fly. Honestly, these parts are so satisfying, but they also make me laugh because there's just like... Yes, this is how houses are built. Look at how easy I'm doing this. Congratulations!
Outstanding!
Outstanding! Gold star for you. Yeah, I know. Order materials from the store. I also need these things, which I don't think I have anywhere. More of those. This is a thing. Okay. So the points at the top, for people that don't know, you can like, oh, there's like a floating bench here. Okay. Any materials that like you don't need anymore at the end, that's how you like buy things. And you can find little idols around in each map that give you more points. But always sell off your excess materials before you... Hello, tools. Give me tools. Before you, like, finish a map, because then it's better. Okay. And it's O to open up the store. And now I have to buy... I need the fence boards. And I need... these floorboards. Okay. So that, and then I'm gonna buy 40, 60. Okay. Is it still coming by truck? That's what I need to know. Oh my god, it's coming by horse! It's not even a truck. My immersion is saved. They also just flipped my materials off. I saw that happen. Like, fucking horse. Hello? All my things. They're all on the ground. Oh, more on the ground. Oh no. That was definitely a man making a horse sound. That was all that was. That was not a real horse. That was a man making a horse sound. I just love that they actually have it come by a horse and wagon, and it's not actually that fucking truck. Oh, I'm definitely missing some. The other thing about this game is that when you order things, sometimes it doesn't come in the number that you ordered them in. They like fall into the abyss, especially when they fall off your truck or horse-drawn buggy. I'm now missing. I ordered 60, I have 52, and I need 59. Yeah. So, we're just gonna buy 20 more of those. Have the horse come back. Listen to the man horse again. And here we go. Now we can do things. Yeah. Honestly, I liked Castle Flipper a lot. I have to go back and start the game over again and see if they made any improvements to it, because there were a couple of maps that you could do, which were fine. And then the whole point was to build up your own, like build your own castle and build up houses that would be rented and stuff. So basically your own little like castle village kind of thing. And that was fine, but once you got to that part of the game, I was kind of like bored, because all it was me keeping my houses maintained and getting money for like no reason, because there was nothing else to do really except to rent out houses and clean up after people. So I do want to go back, do it all again, and see if the game's changed at all. I think they made some updates, but I don't think they've done a ton with it. But I haven't played the game since 2019. So, yeah, I know to buy the elements in the store. I'm doing several things at once. But I do remember building the castle was annoying, but building the houses was actually kind of cool. So I liked building the houses. And this does kind of remind me of building the houses in Castle Flipper a little bit.
Yeah, got it.
Oh. I don't have my little electric driller anymore because we're in the medieval times. Oh, is it? It wasn't that, I mean, it wasn't that expensive when I got it, to be fair, but it definitely wasn't $1. Yeah, I just wish there was more to that game, because I did actually like that game a lot. Like I said, I might go back to it and try it again since it's been so long. It's like one of those games that are just forever going to be kind of incomplete, I think, because they moved on to other things and I'm not sure they're really working on Castle Flipper anymore. Yeah, I don't even think I paid 18 bucks when I got it. I mean, I might have. Who the fuck knows? Like, it's me. I like to not wait for sales and just buy games when I feel like it. So... there was one achievement at the beginning that I never got because I finished the map before I looked at what the achievements are. It was on that fucking... Or the map on the sea with the ship and the rats. There was like a rat achievement I never got. Or I didn't find one of the chests on that map. Something like that. I know it's on that map.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So now I have to buy other stuff, but first... So, there we go. Why do I have a big arrow over there? Ah. Yes. Smash. Smash! What'd that do? Oh, there they are. I totally had some bricks, like, disappear into the abyss there. Definitely had some disappear into the abyss. Okay. What else do I need? I need those fence things. I need so many of them. 20, 40, 60, another 20, just because I know some of them are going to be lost. Horse! Man horse! Does the horse have to do that every time it comes? This little, like... Yeah, I know I'm overloaded. I'm always overloaded in this game. Seriously, because we're doing the medieval house, it doesn't actually give you the... Like, when I did the, like, the mosque-style house, oof. That was complicated. You're carrying, like, big pallets of bricks and shit.
Perfect.
Woohoo. Yeah, I know. Apparently, the glitch in this game is to always remind you to buy materials from the store. When that's, like, something that only needs to be told once. You know, I'd be into construction a lot more if it was this easy to actually construct. Oh, you bought it? I mean, if it's only $1, then yeah, why not? Like, honestly, $1 is better than what I paid. And the gate goes down, and D. Woohoo! Look for a ladder. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Can I not get out of here now? Okay, I need to buy those wall things. Oh, yeah, very much worth grabbing if you're only paying like 40 cents. These. Man horse. I mean, I really like everything in this game. My only gripe, and I think they're starting to rectify that. They have things that involve
You did it!
more of the skills that you used. Okay. Yeah. At the beginning, but like... Well, I'm using it. It's not this one. Is it? These. Yeah. That didn't come up on the builder sense, but I found it anyway. Yeah, this is very much like the actual building. Well, not the mechanics, but
Impressive!
what you... Like, if Castle Flipper actually let me build things this way, it'd be a hell of a lot easier than the way you actually have to build it. It's me at weird angles on the bottom trying to get the roof pieces angled in the right direction.
Great!
Yeah, I know. Look for a ladder. Ladder. Yep. Ladder. What'd you say, me? Stream or Steam? Steam message? Oh, yeah, I see. I was like, a stream message? What? Sent me two, apparently. Yes, you can use that as... It's free? Wow. Okay. I will... Keeping your message minimized so that I will be able to look at it later. Okay. Ladder. I mean, I could just buy a ladder. Oh, there's the ladder. I found it. I mean, that's really good. Did you ever get Death Stranding?
Perfect! Outstanding!
Oh, wow. Perfect and outstanding. By putting a ladder. Ooh. Yeah. Oh yeah, I saw that and I was like, what the fuck? Hello? I got it just because I was gonna get it. Like, I had more interest in watching that game than actually playing it, but like, am I gonna say no? No. To order stuff again. Man horse. Yeah. Go. Why? Why man horse? Where did that go? It flew up into the air. There it is. There's a proper way to use that ladder, and I didn't do it the proper way. But that's okay, I got up here anyway. The parkour is not as good as Power Washer. No fuck, nail the boards. This particular map gives you too much information. As opposed to some maps which don't give you enough information on what you need to do. Honestly, I guess it takes about the same amount of time as the electric drill thing. Wonder if it gets the same perks. I don't think so. Do I get perks for this stuff? Can I hammer faster?
You did it!
We did it! Look for decorative elements and set them in designated places. You can use your builder sense. Okay. That stuff. I see. I see. Whee! Whee! Strunk. This is just gonna be me throwing things into my fence. Where the fuck does this go? Does this go in here? It's a good question. Is that the table? Oh, this is the table. Okay. Yeah. Other bench. Need 2 more benches. That one. I need another. Oh, there's one back. One of these. I saw that square one. Oh. Hello. It didn't come up with me. That's okay. Where did I see that square one? Oh, there's a square one. Rectangle one. Whatever. You go there.
Outstanding!
We didn't need you. You're just extra. Go away. Were there more of those things around? Do I need to buy them? I might need to buy them. This one. I only need 2. Man horse! Okay.
Brilliant!
Brilliant! Guess what, man horse? You're gonna have to come back. This is also one of the most annoying things. It's been yeehaw! It's only been yeehaw! Like, they changed everything else. I wish the music in this level was just, like, not yeehaw. Oh, really? I didn't notice. I still thought it was all yeehaw. Hello? 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 Where else? Where else? Where? Where do? Where do you want this last one? Where? Hi? Where? 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 But where? Where do I go with this piece? Oh, there.
Go ahead.
I found it. Literally, this is the other most annoying thing about this game, is that as you continue, you keep on winding up having to buy, like, the materials over and over again because of you're not doing that part. So it doesn't tell you how much you need for, like, the whole project. It's just for how much you need for that part. Which, you know, Yes, I too use floors to cover my roofs. But this is medieval times, so you know what? They can get away with it. Oh no, again. Is there a way to crouch in this game? I do not remember.
Go ahead.
Woohoo. Windows. Door. I think these come as all one pieces in the actual castle flipper game, but still. I do wish the building in Castle Flipper was a little bit like the building in this game. Be a little more satisfying.
Perfect.
Woohoo! You know what? Ah. Roof. Okay. So we need the title class flipper. I think it's supposed to be like roof tile. This is title instead of tile. $280, $420, $560. And hopefully Man Horse doesn't lose any on the way. He lost his legs sitting on. Ah. Yep. Now we have a conundrum. Can I move this ladder? Well, nope. You can sort of see some of them through it. But like, okay. Well. Can I buy a ladder? I can't unless I pull all those things off fucking Manhorse. Is there, like, medieval scaffolding anywhere? I like... Eee! Oh, I did it. Okay, I know how to get up here now. Because I'm gonna have to go down like 5 times. Oh, right. I can't jump from that high. Should actually take some of my money away because I damaged myself if you do that. I mean, I guess this music is less yeehaw, but it's still pretty, like... It's still not appropriate for the time period. Okay, now let's do that instead of losing money. Tiling. Tiling. No, wait. Go down gently. I was about to take a leap off my roof again. Apparently, I will have enough. should be perks in this map to make things easier.
Outstanding.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. So now we need the railings. Man horse. Whoa, 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 okay. Just chill a little bit. Honestly, this is a lot fancier than I made my houses. They have like railings and shit and porches. Nah. I think I have to go upstairs for the rest. Yeah, here. I mean, you know, medieval safety is important.
Brilliant.
Oh, we have a cart. And we have a wagon wheel. We have some stairs. More stairs.
Impressive.
Ooh, and a lamp post. And another lamp post. And another lamp post. Another lamp post. And one more. Two more.
Great.
Woohoo! We need to build leaves. Yes. That one? It doesn't look quite the same. Do I need to collect these leaves? Where do I get these leaves from? Oh, okay, hold on. These leaves. These leaves? Yeah, okay, alright. I figured it out. I need 9 of them. Do I have 9? I have 9. Okay.
Outstanding.
Oh, we're done! We made a little medieval house. Woohoo! Isn't it cute? Look at that. So much better than what I make in Castle Flipper. Okay. Continue. So now that we've done that one, what's the main one I wanted to do in here? I could finish my bamboo house, in all honesty. I don't think there is that much more left to do. Is it yeehaw? This is the bamboo house. I was getting cheese. That's what I was getting. I swear, the trees that you cut in this level, sometimes they give you 2 logs, sometimes they give you like 8. And I don't know why. Just give me lots of logs. Why do you only give me 2 sometimes? Considering I need 40, you know, give me more. Right now, it seems to be giving me 4. But when I was working on this level earlier, literally, most of the time, it just gave me 2. Which is annoying. Oh, we almost have enough. Yeah, we have enough. Woohoo! Me rapidly clicking until it registers that I reach. Look, I have really long arms in this game, and I don't need a ladder. I can just go like, yeah, that goes right there. Why wouldn't it go right there? Can't you reach that high? Or maybe this is just how normal people are. I don't know what normal height people do. I'm short as fuck. So this seems really tall for me. Like, in real life, I would consider this really tall. Like, can I reach that high? I don't know. I certainly can't in real life. I can barely reach that in real life.
Impressive.
I'm like here. Actually, we're kind of short. If this is where our eye level is, we a short person. Look how short we are. Do I need more logs? Fucking hell. To cut down more logs. Trees, trees. Trees, not bamboo. Trees, not bamboo. Okay, you see, everything got highlighted for that. Just tell me where the trees are. That's what I need. They blend. I need 25. I think I should be able to get enough from the trees that are here. Oh, I have. Almost. Yeah. Yeah. Running. Yes. Reaching. Again, somehow, we're tall enough to do this. Either this hut is a lot shorter than I thought it was, or we just have magic reach. Which I'm okay with, because I don't want to drag the ladder up from where the other hut is.
Great.
What the? Hello? Oh. Oh fuck. Hold on. I'm just gonna, yeah. Yep. I have space for that now. Yeah. Oh, are we doing the brick thing again? Oh boy. Wait, bricks or tiles? You have to mix clay ball with grass. Okay. grass. Where do I get grass from? Are those the things I just dumped out? Okay, and now I need water? Where the fuck is water on this map? Really? All the way here? That I'm angry. And also, yes, okay, grass. I see. Nope. Yes. Below. That's the water. That's for clay. Can I just machete the grass? You know what? We'll see. Oh, jeez, that scared me. That actually scared me. I thought there was actually a little man right there. I don't think this is grass, though. Okay. Aha. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Now what? But no, now what? No. Now what? Now what do I do? Yeah, okay. I saw that part. I need to know what to do with it after I pick it up. Okay. Oh. Oh. Oh, okay. I lost my mud ball. That's okay. Now. I see. Okay, so I need to make more mud. Water. Is there closer water? Do I actually have to run that whole way for water? I don't want to. I don't want to. It's so far away. Why are you making me run that far from water? You should have built that one down here. Where it was closer to the water. Water. This better fucking be enough water. Okay, good. Why? How many do I need? 47. Okay. walls. Almost have enough. Okay. Now we can finish. Ah. Where? I'm building. Okay, I do not need to be blinded by fake sun in my eye. It shouldn't be coming through when I'm slapping mud on top of this HUD thing. Why will you not go? It won't take it. I do that. What angle do I need to be at for this? Aha.
Great!
That was annoying. Oh, look what I need more of. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. My favorite cut bamboo. So much cut bamboo. You done yet? Okay. Done with cut bamboo. Okay. So that goes.
Brilliant!
Woohoo! Where am I building next? Oh, this. Oh. I used all my bamboo. I only need 4, so this should be fine.
You got it!
And then my cut bamboo.
Great!
Yeah. Oh, we're done. As far as I know, there's no place to sell in this section. It's not one that I ever found. Not like they put in the medieval part. There was an African hut that I made that also didn't have a sell section that I could find. They might be there, they're just not as obvious as in the other places, so... New houses unlocked. Ooh, a Scandinavian house. Oh no. Okay. I think, though, we extended this to 4 hours, and I think that's a good place to stop for today. We got through one very long moment of Baxter, which shouldn't have been as long because if we cut out that entire show, we could have saved like at least a half an hour, if not more. But it is what it is. I think I will stream tomorrow since I am off, and I'll do at least another moment of Baxter. I might try to finish the last 2 in step 3. We'll see. It depends on how much reading I want to do. This literally just might be me for the next few weeks doing 1 Baxter moment a day. I was trying to like condense it down and like do 2 a day, but oh, so much reading. My poor voice. But House Builder was good. I enjoy that. And I wasn't as silent as I worried I would be with House Builder because I have enough to bitch about with the game while I'm doing stuff. Yeah, rich boy moments. So we'll do 1 or 2 moments of Baxter tomorrow. If I do 1, I will play another game afterwards. If I do 2, that's all that's happening tomorrow. But again, that will wind up being probably a 6-hour stream of me just reading dialogue. So we'll see. We shall see. But yeah, since I'm off tomorrow and Monday, I wanted to put in streams on days that I don't normally stream because I don't have the opportunity to. But that's good. So thank you to everyone who showed up today and who followed. You can follow me on my socials to see when I stream next. Like I said, tomorrow will definitely be. It'll probably early, again, because I like having. Unless we plan to do something else later on, like I prefer to do things earlier. Unless I'm, you know, co-op streaming, and then those are probably later on. So, but that depends on other people. Not on me. And then one thing I have to do again, I also have a Discord. I don't have a command for it yet, but for anyone that's interested, I did start a YouTube that's linked on my main page, and that just has all the VODs from Twitch over there. I'm not doing any fancy editing or anything else. I don't have the time for it at the moment, nor do I have the knowledge of how to edit videos. If I ever learn, though, eventually, my VOD channel may just turn into a VOD playlist, and that might just be a channel for other stuff. We shall see. That's very down the line in the future, but I do have VODs now. I have to make a command for the YouTube, but it is linked on my main page. So thank you again to everyone who showed up. I hope you have a great weekend. I will see everyone tomorrow, and goodbye!